has to be in this particular space to ensure that we can clearly, mitigate the plastic menace situation that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so very much, Mazi. Great work there that you're doing at Recycle Point. And I mean, it's taking more than 5 minutes, but you can see why. There's a lot going on there. And I like the fact that your work is also data-driven. You are using data to improve your digital innovations and the services and impact. So really, really great work there. Thank you once again, Mazi. I don't know whether we have Makafui here, but I think we will go on now to the Q&A, where presenters can have more time to respond to specific comments and responses from the audience, some of whom are actually digital innovators themselves, doing stuff, and they have been very excited to hear what you're doing. Okay, but before we go on, there is a poll now going on. You can see that on your screen, please. Again, remember our work here, we're emphasizing the role of data, the importance of data. So please, it won't take you more than 10 seconds maximum to respond to the question. So it is on your screen now. Which plastics do you think have the biggest environmental impact? So you can just select the option that you choose, and that'd be great if we have as many in the audience, responding to this question, which will come up later in one of our presentations. So thank you once again. So we now go on to the questions. I think there have been some questions in the Q&A. So I would. I imagine that maybe Funto has been following some of the questions. I'm trying to see if I can read. Tracy, can you read any of the key questions in the chat or on the Q&A to our audience?
There seems to be, Udoka has had a question, posted one that is directed to the panelists. So do feel free.
Okay, all right. Okay, maybe I can see one question from Udoka here, yeah, and I will read it. So this says, the world sees Africa, the continent of Africa, that is, as a dumping ground. So it should be a big challenge and commitment by the African leaders to really invest in the waste recycling industry, but they don't seem to understand. And having energy challenge, it has been difficult. It has been really difficult for starters to set up a mini industry. So a great ecosystem for the global world start with Africa being at the forefront of waste recycling. So how can we stop second-hand or fairly used items being shipped to Africa? Right, so this is a fairly long question, but really relevant and pertinent. I know that Olufunto, you are not the Minister of Environment or the President of Nigeria, neither is Mazi, but you are an important stakeholder. What's your view on this? What's the way forward? Olufunto, and then I'll come to Mazi. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's a very important question, and definitely something that I think for those of us in the sector, in the industry, we've been sort of keeping a very close eye on. I think ever since 2017, when China banned the importation of a lot of the recyclable waste, I think it just disrupted the whole world and the recycling value chain as we know it. And we've seen cases of people from the organized developed world taking their waste to places like Vietnam and Thailand, and in some cases this waste being returned back to the host countries. So for me, I think as individual citizens, and not like you mentioned as the government, I think there's power in our voices, and we can use technology to sort of raise awareness. So use the use of social media, the use of petition organizations like change.org to sort of raise awareness around some of these things. Partnering with organizations such as Recyclers Association of Nigeria, where I'm the vice president and Maz is actually the president, to raise up some of these issues. as to what you're seeing. Part of one of the things we're planning on is to actually also work with customs in Nigeria, the customs in Nigeria, to also train them or to also have conversations around what exactly is coming in at our ports. And for anybody who's thinking maybe they can get something, slightly in their pockets, we need to educate them about the real importance of why, things like that is detrimental to the country as a whole. I mean, in the not too distant future, most of us, I think, remember Delta State with the cocoa dumping incident, right? That was, that's been in our lifetime. So we don't definitely want the repeat of something like that. So again, for individuals who feel like maybe they're not in the government, I say there's power in the tongue, there's power in the pen. We can use social media to raise a lot of awareness. Write to, if you know any particular organization that you think is a culprit, write to them. If they have headquarters in Switzerland or in US, write to, and gather a whole bunch of people. Because honestly, one thing that a lot of organizations don't want is also reputational risk or the loss of reputational risk. So they're very careful to make sure that their reputations are well protected. So if you can gather a whole bunch of people and sign a petition or start a petition, I'm sure you'll get people's attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. That's a really, really helpful response there, and especially from the policy advocacy point of view. So that you don't have to be in government in order to be an effective influencer of policy. I think that is what I'm taking away there. And especially with your work at the Recycling Association of Nigeria, in which Mazi is the president as well. So it's great that we have both the president and the vice president here. It's brilliant stuff. Mazi, do you have any additional thoughts very quickly on that question?
No. Well, Funto has mentioned it, but the idea is that in this age and time, this kind of dialogue also plays a huge role for us to be able to get stakeholders, both in government and the regulators, to be clearly aware or be alert of the consequences and this kind of trend that is actually happening. Because most times, if you are not aware, these kind of issues you're taking unawares with it, and it becomes a challenge to handle. But on a flip side also, if this kind of these challenges are harnessed in such a way that we see a positive side to it, such that we are aware of what is coming to us, Nigeria, with the challenges that we have in unemployment, can also serve as a processing a hub or a processing market for most of these waste items, such that when we get to know what is coming into our country, and we've set up various facilities that can handle most of these processing, it will serve as something that could also improve our GDP if harnessed properly.
Yeah, thank you so very much for that. Those are really, really helpful responses. I think the other thing is that there's a work that Funto and Mazi are doing as organizers of stakeholders in an organization like National Recycling Association of Nigeria. But there's also the work that individual citizens can do. And that is another point that Funto raised earlier about, this Change.org, this advocacy platform where social media. So, so there's a space where everyone to be involved in driving, the right kind of policy to tackle, the challenge. So thank you once again for that. We are going to take a short break in a moment, but I wonder if, Victor, do you have any quick comment? I know there has been an exchange with one of the attendees, Dr. Natasha Muela-Omole, asking a question that you've addressed. Do you want to quickly speak to that briefly to the audience so that the audience will know a bit about your response in the chat? Very, very quickly, if you can, Victor.
Okay, thank you, Kolade. Yeah, I think the question was about if we're automating, what happens to the informal collectors, those people that are making their money, those people that are vulnerable. And like I said during the presentation, less than 10% of the plastic waste we have is being recycled. So we will continue to need the informal workers, the informal collectors. We continue to need them. So it doesn't stop engaging in automation. We only help us to increase our productivity. And so the statistics can change by that. So we don't need, we are not saying that don't use these collectors, but we're saying that we need to also kind of go forward and have more automation so that we can be able to meet up. If 90% of the waste is not being recycled, and we have what it takes to be able to do close to 80%, So that means that we are not meeting up with the mark. So the more automation we bring in is going to help us to move faster. So that's what the point is all about. And the second person was asking about, okay, talking about recording recycling transactions. So what kind of value can be created from such a system financially? And the response I gave was, it can help you to get grants, because when you're applying for grants, when you can provide data, it's easier for the whoever is evaluating your proposal to be able to judge and say, yes, you are making impact. And also the data you are trying to get, kind of provide, can also help government, because it's going to be like an evidence-based data that they can use for taking decisions. And also even the waste generators, companies like all these Coca-Cola and Coke, by the time you give them the data, what is happening, that can also make you to partner. They can be interested and say we're partnering with you. So all this can, one way or the other, help you financially, your organization financially, to be able to do more.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Victor. That's
can I please
really...
I'm sorry. Can I just quickly chime in quickly or say something? 1 second.
Yeah, very quickly. Because we
okay, sure. No, I just wanted to mention that, as we, again, I love the fact that we're talking about digital innovation, but I don't want it to just be digital innovation around apps, but even digital innovation around how to process a lot of this waste. Because one of the things that we found, for example, for Change Dirty, we do an average of, pre-COVID, we were doing like 200 tons of plastic waste every month. And we're slowly inching up now to those numbers again. One of the biggest things that we've seen is, even after collection, what happens to the waste? How do we bring more value back into the ecosystem for not just the collectors, but the processors and things like that? So even as we're talking about, digital innovation, please, for me, it's so important that we create jobs in Nigeria. It's so important that we get a lot of this plastic waste mopped up. It's so important that we bring all the informal waste selectors on board. But when we don't have the end product and we still are very dependent on either exporting the plastic waste, or there are just a few players in the plastic space, I think we will still continue to talk about, we're only collecting, high, mid, like 15%, 10% of the plastic. So again, please, I would love that to be part of the conversation as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. That's really, really good and helpful response there. One very quick question and a brief response, Mazi. How can somebody join the Recycling Association of Nigeria? Can you give a one-sentence response? Try.
So quickly, the easiest one would be to be able to go use any of our social media platforms. We are on Instagram, we are on LinkedIn. Go there, make a request, send us a DM. We are in the digital age. So for Instagram, it's Recyclers in Nigeria. And then for LinkedIn, it's Recyclers Association of Nigeria. Get there, send a DM, give us your contact details, and we quickly reach out to you with information. But then our website is rannigeria.org, RANIGERIA.org. So go to our website. So rannigeria.org. Go there and then make a request, and we'll get across to you. Thank you.
Brilliant, Mazi. Can you type that in the chat, please? I think that would be useful.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
The other quick question before you go is, where is Recycle Point based?
Recycle Points is based out of Lagos, but then we now have activities happening in Ibadan, in Owerri, and in Onitsha, and then very soon we're also coming into Asaba.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Mazi. Thank you once again, Funto, and thank you, Victor, our country lead, for really, really excellent presentation there. We're going to be exploring some of this again, in the co-creation lab, and during the networking break later on. So thank you once again. We are now going to take a very quick break of about 5 minutes. Sorry, it was to be 10 minutes, but yeah, a tea break of about 5 minutes. So if you want to grab yourself a coffee or tea somewhere, please do so. And we're going to reconvene again at 11:15. That is in 5 minutes time, 10:45. We're going to resume with the second part of this session, where we go on to Southern Africa, and we have presentations from Namibia as well as Zambia. So thank you once again for staying with us. You can keep the conversation going. I can see a lot of discussion going on in the chat already, and we're going to be responding to more questions later on in the session. For example, there's a question here about which mass is responding to. Thank you very much. So yeah, so we'll see you again in 5 minutes. Thank you. There will be some stuff on the screen in the meantime, which our tech guys we put.
Let's turn trash into cash. My name is Nzambi Mate. I'm the founder of Jijenge Makers Limited, and we convert plastic waste into building products. Plastic waste is not just a Kenya problem, but it's a worldwide problem. And here in Nairobi, we generate about 500 metric tons of plastic waste every single day, and only a fraction of that is recycled. We decided, what more can we do instead of just sitting in the sidelines and complaining? Essentially, companies have to pay to dispose the waste. So we solve their problem. The waste essentially comes for free. This is the plastic waste we get from factories. With this, we mix with sand, as the plastic is like the binder. We have 3 machines. The extruder does the mixing of plastic waste with sand at very high temperatures, and then the press compresses it. Plastic is fibrous in nature, and so therefore the brick ends up having a stronger compression strength. Does that look like waste to you? It's almost half the weight, so therefore during transportation and installation it's faster in terms of cost implication. We right now have a capacity of producing 1,000 to 1,500 bricks a day. So far we have recycled 20 metric tons, and we are looking to push that value to 50 by the end of next financial year. Winning the Young Champions of the Earth Award is a huge motivation booster for us as a team. It's been a long 3-year journey, and so this was like someone saying, I see what you're doing and I appreciate that. And with this platform, we're looking to see how we can get on both partners to scale this solution, not just in Kenya, but all over Africa, just to start. And in addition to that, be able to impact and motivate other people and other youths to do similar things in different places. So right now we are just making paving blocks, but we now want to make actual building blocks. As I like saying, you have to be true to your why. Why are you doing this? What is the motivation behind it? For me, I was just tired of being in the sidelines of seeing plastic. I ideally jumped in off a cliff without even a parachute. I was building it as I was falling down. But isn't that how great things are done? So act for nature.
Yep, I'm reporting live from the Sakomono Beach in Accra on the 24th day of April, Saturday 2021, where we have the fisher folks coming right from fishing, where their net could not get even one tray of fish, but rather catching huge sums of plastics on their net, which can be seen here today, Saturday, on the 24th day of 2021. It is indeed a pity to see such a challenge that our fisher folks go through, where today they go to sea and they find nothing but plastics. So it is indeed an important call on various governments in our sub-region to take a very, very serious attention to the plastic pollution in the shores of Africa, particularly the Guinea Current region. Thank you very much.
thank you very much indeed. Yeah, some clips there showing, some exciting stuff happening across different parts of Africa, as well as here, and 3D printing. So that's an exciting topic, because we've been talking about mobile apps and all of that, and they are very important. But there are other aspects of digital innovation as well, like 3D printing, and we have actually a presentation focusing specifically on that in our session. So thank you once again, and welcome once again to this session. Where we are now going to Southern Africa, and we have with us here now our country lead from Namibia, and that is Dr. Selma Lendevo. Dr. Selma Lendevo is a senior researcher and head of Life Sciences Division of the Multidisciplinary Research Center at the University of Namibia. And she has expertise in sustainable management of the environment and natural resources, and she is a networker. I met Selma a couple of years ago in South Africa, and here we are, still doing things together. So it's great to have you here, Dr. Lendevo, and the floor is now yours. I'm sure she's an expert academic. She can speak for 10 minutes and cover a lot of ground within that short space of time. Over to you, Selma.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. We have decided in Southern Africa, and thank you for having us. We are all the way from this side of the bottom of Africa. So we have decided that our colleagues, they start. So we start with Florenza, and then with Ms. Kloppers, and then we end with my brother in Zambia. So probably you can do as such, and then I end after they have all presented.
Thank you very much indeed, Selma. So we are now going to go over to Florenas Amadila. From Namibia, it is one of the digital innovators and cleaning services, and they aim to provide the best and unique
Sean, we lost you there for a second.
Sorry? Yeah. Just put on a slideshow.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Florenza Amadila, owner of Cleaning Services, Windhoek, Namibia. The business was formed 1st of October 2006. Work for City of Windhoek Solid Waste Management as from the 1st January 2003. Due to my experience and education background, I resigned from the City of Windhoek 30 September 2006 to start my own business because I had passion for waste removal. Our mission to promote a sustainable environmental management to promote the best and unique cleaning services that result in customer satisfaction and exceed customer expectation in terms of quality, delivery, and requirement, and to build a long-term professional relationship with our client. Our vision is quality service delivery, innovative approach, and grow the business to contribute to the waste industry. We just have a few types of resources, and then we offer the following services: waste removal. As seen on the picture, we collect waste and transport to the dumping site for safe disposal. We recycle plastics, cans, paper, bottle. We also recycle wood, chipping material for composting, as seen on the picture. We have a secure 2 years contract with the City of Windhoek for recycled chipping material for composting. Ward cleaning. For example, street sweeping, street cleaning are seen on the picture. Our employees are busy sweeping the street, washing the poor refuse bin. We remove plastic, stone, scent, bottles, plastic on the road, waste removal of chemical waste and biohazard waste. As seen on the picture, we use a closed-top truck to collect medical waste, which come from hospital, clinic, and the lab. We supply and rental of waste container, 240-liter wheelie bins and skip container in different sizes. If the business owner wants to buy their own bin, we supply them because we have a supplier from South Africa. We also hire out our skip container and wheelie bins, and we charge a monthly fee or per removal. Leveling of municipal building, rubble and refuse, a satellite site, which is now plant hire or earth moving. We have a secure contract with the city of Windhoek to level the municipal building rubble and garden refuse at the 8 satellite site. City of Windhoek have got 8 satellite sites, which is around the city, where a community or any other a business owner are allowed to take their waste because it's near the city and it's also near to their houses. So we collect before they bring it. Maybe the waste is mixed. We try to sort out all the recyclable material, and after we collect everything, and then we start now disposing and also to level the municipal. As you can see on the picture, these are the building rubble. There is no, if you can see here, there is no plastics, there is no bottles, there is nothing. And after we cleaned, that is now, this is now the cleaning of now the dumping site after we finish cleaning. Okay, we also do the gardening and landscaping. We hire out the ride-on mower and trimming out the grasses and rake all the dead leaves, either in the street, because when you enter, whenever you are coming to the city, you find maybe the leaves is fall on the ground, on the street. We try to clean everything, whether it's plastic with paper, and then we sort it out to go for recycle, to go to the recycling plants. Okay, our clients, we have City of Windhoek. The City of Windhoek, the Windhoek, Namibia, Windhoek is managed by Solid Waste Management. They have different, if you go in the street, if you go in the area or in the town or location, you find this type of bin, orange bin. Everywhere where you find, when you come in the city of Windhoek, you find orange bin on all the streets at open spaces. So it's allowed the community, because they have also education department in their in the office, where they educate the community to take their waste at the nearest open spaces where you find a bin for free of charge. So the City of Windhoek have the solid waste management officer who do the inspection on a daily basis and inform us through SMS or group WhatsApp to go and collect whenever the skip are full. We are not allowed to have a skip which is overflowing or which is having plastic or bottles on the ground. They have the workers who clean on a daily basis to make sure that the city is clean. We have also contract with other companies like Namika, Hobabis, Municipality, and Pupkewes Megabuild, etc. Alternative solution for managing plastic pollution in the country. In order to move into a more greener, eco-friendly environment, we reduce, reuse, recycle, and proactive awareness. EPUPA links to ditch plastic. EPUPA joined Recycle Namibia Forum, which is now RNF, and they're planning to sponsor annually as a corporate social responsibility a certain amount that goes toward the recycling education. We advocate for a no plastic campaign. We branded our trucks with a say no plastic message. We also educate all clients and community on proper waste segregation. We plan to invest in machinery that can be a byproduct from plastic recycling. In Namibia, the following initiative started. Plastic levy at all shops. Proceed to recycle Namibia Forum. Plastic tax on importation of plastic. Reusable bags and paper bags are readily available in shops. These are just the company information. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation. Plastic is not good for our environment. EPUPA is also in support of that. We thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much indeed, Florenza, for the really interesting work that you're doing there with EPUPA in Namibia. Without taking too much time, we go on to the next speaker, who is Luz Klopas. Luz is the founder of Recycle Labs in Namibia, and sure she has really some interesting things to share with us. So, Luz, over to you now. You're home. You need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, Luz.
There we go. Can you hear me all now? Perfect. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us for this very interesting talk this morning. My name is Luz Klopas from the Recycling Lab, and we are currently working in Namibia. So what the Recycling Lab does is we provide small recycled plastic solutions to create a cleaner and safer environment for all. Through training and workshops and data collection, we aim to establish an effective circular manufacturing chain and network to provide an income to rural communities today, often left out of any income possibilities. Through workshops and training sessions, we create awareness to remind people of the value of the materials that they are just burning and throwing away. Everything we deem as waste actually has a longer lifespan and can be turned into something new when we realize the value that it has. Therefore, safe disposal solutions are of vital importance, not only to protect the environment, but also to make the separation and collection for recycling easier. The burning of plastics, as mentioned a few times today, produces black carbon and contributes to global warming, as well as it is very, very poisonous and pollutes the soil and our water systems. Wildlife and livestock are also dying due to the amounts of plastic waste they consume. Our aim at the Recycling Lab is to recycle these plastics and lower the environmental impact, conserve our resources, and at the same time, add an additional income for youth and women in rural communities. So where does the value of digital tools come in, you might ask? Wow. It is of vital importance to measure the impact we are making. Are we solving the right issues? Do we really know what the true problem is? So there was a poll earlier today. So if it's possible to share that results quickly. Fantastic, thank you. So as you can see, it is well stated that the PET plastic bottles have the biggest impact. And this can be deemed true because that is the materials that we see the most. That is the plastics that we consume the most. And it is everywhere. When you looked at photos and everything, those are the plastics that you see. But for example, if you look at polystyrene, it's not as highly dense, but the impact it has on the environment is much more severe. Polystyrene is extremely poisonous and so difficult to recycle. So if you look at graphs and stuff, it's quite evident that it doesn't look as important. For example, if you look on the right-hand graph, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but there's a small blue point that's polystyrene. So compared to the weight impact that it has, it seems very little compared to other plastics. But also the point that I tried to make with this poll is, do we really know what the true data is? Because the results are based on what we have been made aware of, or research that has been done on specific plastics. But in the bigger scale of things, do we really know what the problem is. Then, for example, many countries are banning plastic straws and are starting with plastic carrier bags, but then the polystyrene, how important is that compared to the other plastics? And then also without this data, we can't see the whole picture. Aggregate data gives us the ability to make better and more informed decisions in the future. For example, a company would say, we recycled 50 tons of plastics last month. That sounds impressive, right? But 15 tons of how much plastic? Is it only 1% of all the plastic that can be recycled in that country? And then saying we recycle so many plastics, what type of plastics? Because throwing all of them together is also not feasible. So to develop and put in place legislations and policies, we need to know what the exact problem is. Without this data, entrepreneurs and innovators can't solve the waste problem or write good business proposals based on facts. Once we know what we are trying to achieve, data is also important to keep track of the progress and to measure how close we came to our desired goals. Therefore, we created this online platform where we collect all the material products that come into Namibia from importers, as well as local manufacturers and traders that import their raw materials. So when you look at the graphs, on the left-hand side, you have the packaging type. So this is then, is it in a container? Is it branding, that's all the labeling? Is it safety? Is it the shrink wrap for packaging that it comes in? And then also looking at the packaging features. For example, is it a box? Is it a can? Is it a bottle? Is it a tub? Is it a sweet wrapper? And then also the material type. Is it HDPE? Is it a polypropylene? Is it glass? Is it steel, etc.? Because based on all of this data, it's easier to see, for example, is polypropylene more popular as a sweet wrapper or as a yogurt tub or your ice cream containers? So through this, it's easier to then determine what the way forward is. Where can you start cutting? Where can you start eliminating or look at solutions for better and greener solutions for the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much indeed, Luz. Really interesting presentation there. I'm sure there will be time in the Q&A to explore some of those things you've raised further. I will now move on quickly because of our time to Chifungo Chamazaka. Is the designer and co-founder of Recycleboard Cleantech Solutions in Namibia. It is an online e-commerce marketplace. Okay, so I'm sorry. Yeah, so in Zambia, sorry, not Namibia. So in Zambia, Recycleboard. So Chifungo, you are on 5 minutes, please. I'm sure it's an exciting talk, but there will be a lot of time in here to explore further as well. So over to you, Chifungo. You are muted. You need to unmute yourself, Chifungo.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. We can
Hello,
hear you.
good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
thank you so much.
Go ahead, Chifungo.
Wonderful to join you. Wonderful to join you today. I'm joining you from the field though, so I don't have my laptop. I'll have to do this on a mobile device. Just quickly remind me if the connection drops, but I'll jump right quickly into my presentation, what I want to share with you. So we are Recycleboard. and primarily what we do is build digital tools to optimize value chains. And we're currently doing work in Zambia and South Africa, as well as Nigeria. Though our focus in Nigeria is mainly on Solar West, and we focus on multiple categories of West in Zambia. But what I wanted to share with you is a little bit more of our work we're doing in South Africa that actually is actively tackling the plastic waste issue. So we are adding value to post-consumer plastic waste at source. And when we started to do this about 3-4 years ago, one of the questions we kept asking ourselves is how many color-coded waste do we need to have to recycle all the plastic consumer waste generated now? What we learned might surprise you. Actually, we don't need any. We need mainly waste pickers and a little help from digital tools such as mobile phones and consumers who generate the waste. And you might ask yourself to say, but how? Over the course of the last couple of months, we've been testing and validating a lot of assumptions started out with and came to what seemed like a very uniform challenge we see in most communities, not only in South Africa, but also here in Zambia. We see the same challenges pop up in Nigeria. And one of the issues mainly is that the waste pickers who actually take the risk and do the most involving work in terms of just putting in their time and their labor, and also just sometimes investing some of their own money, end up making the least from the value of these materials when they are reintroduced to the value chain. And one of the key reasons for this was that waste processors, yet they might exist, and for example, in South Africa, you have quite a good number of waste processors, but still, they can't really connect with the waste reclaimers on the ground for various reasons. Part of those reasons being, as a corporate, you don't necessarily do informal businesses, for example. So there's a huge gap between the people who actually do the recovery of materials, the waste reclaimers, and the people who actually do the processing of materials and manufacturing to reintroduce them into the value chain. And what we're doing is developing a set of digital tools that are meant to work together to help waste workers, be it reclaimers, aggregators, waste transporters, collectors, and processors, to help them at every stage of the value chain, be it in just helping them to make sure they understand where materials are located, or, for example, to help waste reclaimers understand which households within their communities or which community centers like schools or hospitals might have waste. We're also developing tools to help aggregators map out waste. I won't dwell so much on this because I think it's a lot of the previous speakers have sort of touched on the benefits of being able to map waste materials and categorize them. And so quickly, the main components of the digital tools we're building are mainly three. So we're trying to integrate waste pickers through e-commerce into main value chains. We're also trying to digitize the logistics and transfer of materials between the different players. And while we're doing that, we're also looking at providing live help to users through both AI assistance as well as human assistance on the ground via SMS and offline. So basically, when it comes to enhancing the recovery of materials, especially plastic at source, one of the key elements we found to be a challenge was the ability of reclaimers or groups of reclaimers in the community to be able to sell their materials directly to off-takers in a fair and transparent manner. So at the moment, we realize while the relationships exist within these different communities, the use of digital technology could make the market much more fairer in terms of giving the people who reclaim the West the opportunity to set their own prices, the opportunity to inform the market that they have materials, market compete for the price. And while we're doing that, at every stage, we're also trying to gather enough data to inform our strategies going forward. Again, not dwelling so much on the importance of data, because I think my colleague did a very good job explaining all that. One of the things we're trying to do with data is, as we are recording the transactions of the West speakers on our platform, we can create a history of their economic activity. And using that, we can introduce a way of scoring their credit worthiness based on the activity. And we see a link between that and giving more people access to financial services, especially West speakers. We also see that as a way of informing not only the key stakeholders, but also processors who might want to tap into markets, just understanding which locations might be suitable for setting up plants, which locations or which trends are currently happening in terms of materials. We see that data as being very important also not only the West workers, but also for the producers in terms of their extended producer responsibility. So much recently in South Africa, a new law came into play, which compels manufacturers to actually track how much of the materials they produce, particularly packaging, and how much they recover. So data is core to their activities as manufacturers also. Like for most young people in so many communities in South Africa where we've set up like people on the ground, we find that young people and women are generally passionate about keeping the environment clean and safe. Have in most of these communities, there's a requirement by governments to pay safety or waste disposal. And so most people do not really have a chance other than just discarding your waste in the streets. So meet Menzi. Menzi lives in Soweto. He wants to recycle. He wants to keep his environment clean, but he doesn't have an easy way to dispose of waste that is affordable to him. And
I think we will probably take just a minute more, Chifungo, because we are eating to the time now for the audience feedback. So just a minute.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. So West entrepreneurs like Francina, who recently just opened up an aggregation center at the community, understanding the value of waste generated there, still have a problem because waste processors can't really get in touch with them. They don't know where they are. And so they have to rely on exploitative middlemen who eventually take away about 60 to 70% of their earnings. So a cost barrier has actually forced Menzi to dump his waste in the streets. And obviously, it's not helping Francina grow her business. So Francina can now use Recyclebot to not only market her products to other aggregators within her communities and off-takers, but she can also give them a personalized service which helps them operate more efficiently. And we see this playing out with a lot of the West speakers we're working with, in the sense that they can now access recyclables even from consumers within their communities, from offices, from schools, from clinics, and they can sell these materials directly and more cost efficiently to aggregate processors at higher margin. and with less labor pain. And so the story of Menzi is an amazing story, because this is one guy who's coming from being just a community member who can't get rid of his waste in a safe and environmentally responsible manner, somebody who is actually generating revenue from waste. And he's now thinking of organizing his community so that they can recover a lot of the valued waste from the household. And he's also thinking of micro manufacturing some of the products that might be needed within. So thank you so much. I'll end there. You can learn more about our work in SA on this link. I'll be sure to post it in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so very much, Ifungo. A lot of really exciting stuff happening there. Our time is fast spent. We're already getting into the Q&A session. And it's important to give the audience, an opportunity to respond to this really exciting talk. So I will call on Dr. Selma Lendebu now for a quick recap, as quick as it can be, so that we can still have the opportunity for one or two audience response. Over to you, Selma. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yes, you're on.
Very quick recap. What we have seen my colleagues presenting is really diversifying waste management innovations for enhanced circular plastic economy in Southern Africa. As we can see quickly from this picture, Southern Africa is probably the smallest region. When we remove the overlapping nations from the Central Africa and from the Eastern Africa, you'll find that we are quite a small region, which have quite big waste problems as well. But what can we draw really from the presentations this morning or this afternoon is that there is evidence of entrepreneurial development in Southern Africa in terms of how to tackle waste. There is an urgent need to address plastic waste. And also we could see the emerging digitalization and technologies to bring efficiency in waste management. And one thing that you could also notice this morning is that women and the youth for circular plastic economy is on the move. And then there is a need for more community education and the involvement. And as I've said earlier, it's small populations vis-a-vis small waste, and there is high reliance on the biggest South Africa economy. And also, there is also a need for us to improve the understanding of waste in terms of data, distribution, nature, and extent. So, but the presentation really shows us that there is that waste carries value in our community. And just a little bit an overview that despite of all these beautiful things happening, there is still an elephant in the room, and that is in terms of the gaps, and those gaps ranges from technology, networking, skills, education, appropriate policies, infrastructure and facilities. And our next step really is to take these 3 case studies and come up with a story and start telling a story regarding how this waste management innovation are enhancing circular plastic economy in Southern Africa, looking at the different dimensions that have been indicated in here. So really, I want to thank my colleagues from the Southern Africa in terms of what they were able to present, and this depicted a picture of diversity of what is happening in terms of digital innovation in Southern Africa, and I thank you.
So very much indeed, Selma, the seasoned academic that you managed to pack so much within about 4 minutes there. So thank you very much indeed. That's brilliant. That's great. Well, our time is going, but are there any, we still have more time later on in the day for more interaction. Are there any questions or comment to the panelists and speakers from Southern Africa? I can see there is one already. Okay, maybe not. Somebody is trying to post a comment or question. Tracy, is there anything there in the chat that is particularly relevant to the speakers from Southern Africa before we move on quickly? Okay. Right. So so there's a question here about how can startup be supported to get started. So so it's usually a challenge when new organizations are trying to do new things. There are always a few barriers to cross. Can you just tell us briefly what is going on there? What is the strategy that you or anyone in the network in Namibia is using to encourage startups who want to do different things? We see this really fascinating diversity of activities happening with the POPA, with Recycle Labs, and now in Zambia with Recycle Box. Really great stuff. So what about new organizations wanting to do new stuff? What are the supports? What kind of support is available either from government or from any other sector? Selma.
Currently, and I will give my colleagues to just speak from experience, but basically it is really from the passion and from the heavy struggles of the startups, because there is no, at the current moment in Southern Africa and perhaps to a small extent in South Africa, there is a very limited funding earmarked for startups in terms of coming even in waste management. So most of them take up heavy loans that are not even subsidized. And really it has just to do with the passion that most of the startups are thriving and having successful businesses. But these are things that are moving as the green economy is improving. We can see slowly commercial banks and even the government reacting towards the need to really support the startups and innovation regarding the green economy. And I think I'm seeing a positive way from here, but maybe we need an experienced startup to just give a bit of an overview. Luz?
Okay, thank you so much. Luz or anyone, just one quick comment from Southern Africa in response to this question. Anyone want to speak to that? Either Luz or Florenza or Chifungu. Yeah, Luz, over to you. A quick one, yes.
Thank you. As a very new startup that's not as old as a year, we are really struggling to get funds. So most of our research and everything that we've done so far has been self-funded. So as Salma said, in Southern Africa, there's not really a lot of support at the moment. So we're kind of trying to work more than one job to get this done, because as she mentioned too, it's really the passion and the impact. You know this information is important and you know the results that it can give, but not everybody is always walking that road with you. So it's very hard and tough, but yeah, we're keeping on and fighting forward.
Yeah, thank you so very much. And I think that is why the work you're doing is important, because you are pioneers in a challenging and tough field. But you are carrying on anyway. So it's great to see. And the more there are more organizations like yourself coming together, there is opportunity then to support those who are coming up as well, because you are building also a repository of experience and knowledge and data that will be helpful. It's not just in terms of finances sometimes it's also in terms of knowledge. Knowledge is an important currency, information can also be really helpful for startups. And I think as you are building this ecosystem and as it's expanding, there will be more opportunity for other startups. So thank you once again, really great work there happening in Namibia and Zambia. and we'll come back once again to this later on. Yes, please, you can use the emoji function to respond to the speakers, clap or any of those other emojis. Yeah, it's great. So thank you to our colleagues from Southern Africa. We will now move on to Eastern Africa, where our country lead, Dr. Barry Rowan, is going to open with an overview of activities taking place across Eastern Africa. Barry is a research fellow at the Kigali Collaborative Research Center in Rwanda and Kigali. He's also an associate teaching professor at Carnegie Mellon University, Africa, based in Rwanda. Okay, over to you now, Barry, for an overview before we call on the other speakers from Eastern Africa, that is Gideon Mupungu and LK Nejman. Over to you, Barry.
Hey, thanks, Sean, for the introduction. And I have to say, I really like Selma's approach of letting the speakers mostly speak. So I'm going to try to make this overview quite quick. I think you can see my slides. We always have to show a picture of plastic waste to remind ourselves. Last night, I even watched a documentary that explained, although there's some high-profile deposits of plastic trash in the ocean, the vast majority of it seems to be still close to our shores and close to where we live. So it reminds me of Prof. Mba's introduction from his childhood. So this is going to be a summary of findings that we actually got from focus groups. But then I'll be introducing our two panelists as well, just to help you appreciate what we're drawing on here. In this picture, you can see on the top right, one of the pictures of plastic waste products that are available in Rwanda. And you can also see a kind of side length view of EnviroServe's recycling facility, where we have a lot of recycling activity. But what I want to just quickly do is go through some really key points that we got from our focus groups. Of course, Gideon and Elka also participates in these focus groups, and they'll be sharing some deeper opinions from their own work. When we talked to government and policymakers, we were mostly focusing on Rwandan entities, but we heard some things that pop up everywhere, which is that there's a limited public awareness and it takes energy to reach people. There's this tension between short-term and long-term thinking in the business community. But also when we look at different sectors, even like the cleaning sector, or if we look at the family, we start to get a grasp of how this problem is happening. But even in Rwanda, where we banned single-use plastics, the invitation to pursue alternative packaging has actually been slow. And these jobs that pop up in the cleaning of waste, sorting of waste, manufacturing, they're still emerging. But even in Rwanda, which is a fairly small jurisdiction, we do have 9 companies involved in plastic recycling and products from those plastics. And even the question of replacing that packaging with some type of agricultural waste alternative. So the fact that the outreach needs to be done is still seems to be an ongoing problem for us. And we heard this from other East African discussions as well. If we move on to the waste management organization conversations that we had, and by the way, I'm listing all the organizations that were involved in these sessions as a way of thanking them, because we really got great insight from them. From this session, we really realized that it's still a challenge that you have multiple players in this ecosystem that need coordination. And what you're going to see from, I think, all of the country leads is that there sometimes needs to be some sort of pull from the demand side that's encouraged by the government. So one thing that came up is that if we could just have some legislation that requires a certain amount of recycled content in construction, for example, can make a huge difference. So these folks did have the insight that they've made some of their own digital solutions to just help the coordination between trading. From our Petco colleagues in Kenya, we really were impressed by the level of integration that they had. And everyone agreed in the session that if we get EPR, the extended producer responsibility, it's really going to help bridge all these different parties. So that was something that we saw pretty strongly there. We also convened some discussions among people who do research, people who do consulting, and actually it was acknowledged that just coming up with better solutions for this packaging and understanding the actual effects of the materials, the properties of materials that are recycled, that is actually something where researchers could contribute. But I think it was actually Elke who pointed out that when we have these different academic departments, when we have different ministries, there's a perceived responsibility and territory that sometimes leaves out what actually needs to be done. So in general, the insight here was that if we're going to have this innovation, we need convening like is happening in this Ditch Plastic Network. And in fact, the idea of a digital platform was pretty attractive to people in this group just because of that convening power. And if it's universities that have to kick this off, that's fine. The thing I think that I've been seeing in the chat, and I think is really exciting that I learned from this session and that we've shared on our website, is when we go to the investor perspective, we were engaging some international investors that come from the private side, but also some institutional investors who have large scale climate change or kind of GEF funds to protect the environment. And they had a discussion about the investment climate for these types of things. And it was actually our international investor who pointed out that when you think about this ecosystem, there's two types of companies. There's enablers and transformers. And the enablers were the ones that actually just create the flows when it comes to waste management, that try to optimize things, maybe work with the materials. Whereas the transformers are the ones that actually fundamentally alter. So they make a new production of products, or they alter some other part of the solution. So there's linkages that have to happen just with the way things are now, but there's also people who come up with a transformative solution. And the insight that we picked up from this focus group was that there are some kind of what we call international majors like Coca-Cola, for example, who are operating on some of these areas, but there's a big opportunity where they're not operating, and we can see some of the gaps. But if you're going to approach an investor, you need to have some type of KPI that you can present to them, some type of indicator of your performance that will help them see how you're doing, help you plan ahead. There were different stages where the investors saw to contribute. Sometimes it was kind of growth equity, but at some point it was kind of regular investment. But both of the investors we spoke to had this perception that there's a lack of investable private projects. And sometimes this is complicated by the involvement of the informal sector being so important. So organizing that informal sector seemed like a challenge that the investors were interested in. But at the end of the day, the digital organization that we can have of these different stakeholders and the collaboration, those were things they saw as being big opportunities. They also thought, like the academic and consultants group, that understanding some things about the materials might be a place where we need some research. So the people who are doing these digital innovations are also a group that we talked to, and they ranged from people processing materials and making products to people organizing collections like Yo Waste Uganda. And what they noticed is that they operated in different countries. They often had problems accessing the right kind of skilled labor. They had to do the training themselves. Getting the equipment to process things was also a challenge. And then when they put these products in the market, the fact that their packaging just costs more to produce than from virgin materials is something that is just a struggle for them. And if there could be links to R&D with the universities, they thought that was definitely something that was not exploited, and they weren't sure how to do that. So again, the digital platform could be attractive for that. But when we discussed how they might scale, we realized, especially waste collection is a very regional, local thing. So when you think about how to arrange this whole thing, it matters a lot how the regulatory environment is structuring things like incentive or competition. We saw very different situations in Uganda versus Rwanda. So the idea of a company scaling across borders, it seemed pretty daunting. And typically everyone in this group, they're very familiar with being close to the business, close to the details and the operations, but they needed some support when it comes to requiring recycled content or compelling producers to have responsibility for their products. There's a lot of details that came up. Here you can just see some pictures of things that have been happening in East Africa. On the bottom, you can see plastic bags created in Rwanda from waste. You can also see YoWaste's app being used in their cartoon promotion. And of course, you can also see the collection side of things in some of these pictures. And then the central picture is actually a facility that was set up to process hundreds of metric tons of waste in Kenya. So that's just a kind of a quick overview of some of the things that came up. I hope it provokes some questions. But what I wanted to just quickly move on to is a quick introduction of the panelists for East Africa. So I'm going to quickly introduce them. I'm going to allow them, I guess in the order you see here, to make a statement, make a presentation if they like to, and then hopefully we'll have some more time for questions as well. So one of our panelists is Gideon Mpungu from YoWaste. He is a graduate of Makerere in computer science, and immediately he and his co-founders started thinking about digital solutions that they could create. So YoWaste, he can tell you more about it, but it essentially connects the customers to the waste collectors. So he'll be saying a little bit about what he does. Elke Nijman is a consultant who's been based in East Africa for actually over 6 years, working on circular economy, and in particular, the agricultural and food aspects. She has a master's in public administration from Radboud in the Netherlands, but she also has kind of a core biology background as well. So she can really understand the chain right down to the beginning. So that's enough from me. Maybe I could invite Gideon, if he has a presentation or if he just wants to speak, to talk a bit about what's going on with YoWaste. Then we'll hear from Elke, and then hopefully we can have some time for questions, if that's okay with our general chair, Sean.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, let's go with that. Thanks, Barry. Yeah. So Gideon, over to you.
All right. Thank you for having me. Like Barry said, my name is Gideon Mpungu, and I'm a co-founder and also in charge of operations and sustainability at YoWaste.
Please unmute yourself, Gideon. Can you please unmute yourself?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. So like I was saying, my name is Gideon Mpungu, and I'm a co-founder at YoWaste. It is based in Kampala, Uganda. I'm also in charge of operations. And at YoWaste, our goal is to build zero-waste communities through technology, one city at a time. The problem that we're solving is one that we've been hearing since the start of this conference, and that is the problem of waste management. This sector is really characterized by inefficiency and irregularities in waste collections. There is very low waste collection coverage. And the other big problem is that there is a lack of household data. You know, there is some data out there, some statistics, but household data and which households are generating which waste, how are they disposing of it? And at YoWaste, that is what we're trying to solve. So our solution is an application that connects households and businesses and communities to waste haulers in their vicinity. And our solution in the gist can be called an Uber for waste management, if you want to oversimplify it. And at YoWaste, our mobile application that we provide to these businesses and households allows them to schedule for waste collection services at the tap of a smartphone. It also encourages them to recycle by offering incentives, because waste collection is paid for in Uganda. But how do we incentivize these households? Because yes, a lot of people focus on removing waste from the environment, but how do we also focus on making sure that this waste is recycled all the way from this household level? The waste is trying to do that pretty well at the western part of the world, but in Africa, we've not seen a lot of effort in trying to see that this waste is recycled right from the household level. So at YoWaste, we're trying to use this mobile application to say that, okay, if you're a household and you schedule for a waste collection service, and you go ahead to separate your waste and have it be recycled, there is going to be an incentive. There's going to be a reduction in the price that you're going to pay for your waste to be taken away. And then we move on to the people that are actually collecting this waste. Like there has also been a negligence because yes, technology has been developed for people to recycle, for people to have the waste collected, but there are these people that actually do the recycling, that actually do the waste collections, and they're the waste haulers. So at Your Waste, we decide to come up with a platform that is going to also help them, because we found that having the resources, having these trucks and these people working doesn't necessarily mean that having more resources is going to contribute to more waste collection or more recycling. But we found that if you introduce things like digital solutions, technology into sectors like this, you can improve efficiency. We provide a web platform that allows these waste haulers to better share the routes that will allow them to get to their customers, to better manage their resources like fuel, like employees. So with this technology, we found that efficiency has been boosted by a big percentage, whereby these people can know that, okay, there are these 100 households in this location, so I'll go and service them, and I know that 50 of them are trying to recycle. So I will use this route to go and pick the recycled waste, take it to where it's going to be recycled from, and then pick the rest of the waste that is going to go to a landfill. And that is what Your Waste is value proposition is to these people. So Your Waste relies on partnerships. So what we're trying to do is become the go-to aggregator for not only the households and businesses, but also for waste haulers and also the recyclers, because this is a very big value chain, because waste comes all the way from this person that is producing the waste, this person that is collecting it, this person that is recycling that waste, and all the way back to this producer that is going to take this waste that has been recycled, let's say PET that is recycled back into pellets, that is going to be reused by this producer to produce another product that will be consumed by a household. So it is a whole chain, and as Your Waste, we're trying to be that go-to aggregator that is trying to connect these people, connect this household to a waste collector, connect this waste collector to a recycler, or even connect a household to a waste collector, to a waste recycler directly, or connect this recycler to a producer that is going to need that waste to be able to produce other products. And that is what we're trying to do at Your Waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I think it's LK next. And then we have some responses from the audience. Thank you for the great work you're doing, Gideon. Brilliant stuff. LK. Please unmute yourself, okay?
Yeah, I'm working it. Yes. All right. Thank you so much for team and also to Barry for having the opportunity to speak today. Let me go back to the first slide, actually. Yeah. Okay, now we're good. So my name is Elke. I'm working, actually, I'm the founder of Circular Africa. Circular Africa is a consultancy, training, and information platform on circular economy solutions. I have been mostly working in East Africa on circular economy programs, focusing on consultancy work. So I help, for instance, companies, organizations to develop a strategy, looking at the policy environment, and also working with companies. As Barry already said, I have been mostly focusing on food systems. So actually, I zoom a bit out on the topic, but I also make the connection back to the topic as well. So that's actually a little bit my background. So if you talk about circular economy in East Africa, I think Barry already highlighted some examples. I think circular economy is something that is also very upcoming here. And also more and more organizations, more and more companies are moving in this environment, which is, I think, a very exciting movement. So as today, we're already talking about the plastic bans here in Africa. I don't think I need to say much about it, but I do think there is still a great opportunity to look for more alternative solutions for packaged material. So for instance, here in Rwanda, we have the ban on plastics bags, but if you actually now, they have the paper bags, and they break actually very easy. If you have too much, you carry too much in it, or you're walking in the rain, it just easily breaks. So I think that's actually a call for looking for alternative solutions and not to replace one habit by another habit. So moving from plastic bags to single-use paper bags, for instance. So I think that's a very important issue for me. If I look at the plastic bags, I think it's a very good intention, a very good movement, but also another step I think can be made. Well, Barry already talks about EnviroSurf, so I will not do that. Yeah, e-waste pioneer in East Africa. As I said, I work a lot on the food side. So for instance, in East Africa, we also see a lot of companies coming up transforming organic waste actually into insect-based animal feed. So for instance, on this slide, organic waste is collected and then flies are on the maggots are feeding on the organic waste. They are dried out and can be fed to animal feed. And also the byproducts can be used as a fertilizer. There are also companies, of course, working on organic, transforming organic waste into compost, organic fertilizers. And something very exciting that I saw in Kenya is that sugarcane companies have a lot of these byproducts, bagasse and malagas, and there is a potential to, for instance, to transform that into biobriquettes. So you can see that actually on the other picture here below, which actually about 100 people are working on 5 to 10% of the organic waste from one sugarcane company, which is incredible. Of course, there are also a lot of other solutions that can be done if you look at the byproducts from the organic waste. So for instance, there's also a company here in Rwanda that was exploring to make package material from it. So that that's how I make the link back to plastics. So it's also good to look for alternatives, and alternatives can also be in our agriculture sector and also in organic waste and the agriculture byproducts that we actually produce. So I think that is a bit my side on it. So we have the organic waste from the sector, but let's look cross-sectoral what the circular economy is, and also really look and utilize the waste streams that there are and use them in different sectors. That is for me really what circular economy is about. Another example here is, for instance, here to make it also cross-sectoral, here is a company in Uganda. We're making from the banana stems, they're making textiles, fabrics, and what you actually can use. And from banana waste, you can also think you can even use banana paper from it. So if it comes to technology, I think their resource and data is very efficient, very important. I think it already has been said several times, so I'm not going to repeat that one. But I do think there is still a bit of missing link. That is that a lot of circular economy activities are focusing on recycling. And I think we really also need to look at how do we design the products and how can we actually make sure that we don't create so much waste. So recycling is for me like the last solution of the circular economy. And not the first one. So first we should look at how we design our materials and products. So as I said, you can also look at the food sector, at the food systems, organic waste that is produced in our cities. How can we transform that and utilize that back into packaged material? I think that's it for me. I will keep it short.
Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you very much. Okay. Brilliant stuff there that you're doing with the Circular Africa. We are already actually at the end of this session, but we thankfully have a 10 minutes window between now and the break time. So we're going to use that to take some comments and responses from the audience. So this is really interesting stuff. So, I mean, are there any comments specifically for colleagues and friends from Eastern Africa to Dr. Barry Rowan, to Gideon, as well as to Elke? Okay, so there is a comment. I can see one comment already. I'll read it and then any of our colleagues from Eastern Africa can respond. So this is from Marco Jebe. Is illiteracy and lack of awareness major challenges on the African continent? Are we thinking on curriculum or educational programs to create awareness? Another variable is poverty. People think more on feeding and meeting basic needs instead of concern on plastic. Well, yeah. So any response to this? LK, Gideon, and Barry? So this is about awareness, is about educational programs.
Okay.
And then the comments. Yeah, okay, Barry. Is it Gideon?
Yes, this is Gideon. I was going to try to catch the question.
Okay, Gideon, go ahead. Yeah, and then we come to Barry.
Okay, the question of poverty, yes, you can find the people on the African continent are more concerned about, making it, having something to eat than they are in recycling. So at Your Waste, what we found is that what we need to do, or what we as Africans or as entrepreneurs need to do, is like show these people a link between recycling and making a living, because there's been this whole stigma around the person working in the waste management sector. It's in Uganda, but I don't know if it's as prevalent in the rest of the African countries. Whereby in Uganda, the people that scavenge this waste to find this plastic and recyclables are usually something called kaloli, which loosely translates into a scavenger bag called the Maragusta. And it's a shame because it's these people that are trying to, make a business, make a living out of this plastic. So I think what we could do as entrepreneurs and as, regulators in the African continent is trying to show that link, like sensitize those people, show them that you can make a living out of recycling. You can make a career out of being a recycler. And once that, gets into people's minds and they know that, okay, I can wake up instead of just going and sitting on the street or looking for a job every day, I can start a recycling business. I can look through my neighbors and have them give me their plastic every day, and I can go and find a recycler and sell it to them, and I'll make a living for me and my children. And that is where technology comes in. If there are technologies like Your Waste, where this person that has a phone that they're not even using, they can know that, okay, I want their waste to be recycled, so let me go and pick it and sell it. So I think that is my idea of how we can, try to solve poverty, just by showing a link between, you can be a recycler and tackle.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks so much, Gideon. Thanks, really great insight there. Barry, any thoughts?
Maybe just a quick thought, which is that the burden for dealing with plastic wastes, if we see people as consumers, which is already kind of a choice, we've seen from sometimes the producing companies and the plastic manufacturers that sometimes they tend to kind of say, this is the responsibility of the customer. But I think we have to remember that this comment reminds us, look, there are other players in the ecosystem and other systems that really are responsible for creating opportunities, creating jobs, and not just putting it all on the customer. That's sort of my my amplification of this person's point. I think they make a really good observation. We heard the same thing from our regulatory agencies, that people are part of this issue, but it's not just up to them.
Thank you so very much, Barry. Are there any additional thoughts, Elke?
On which question?
So this is a question about, what can we do in terms of creating awareness? Because, illiteracy is still a challenge in many parts of the continent. So how can we raise awareness? And also how can we, because sometimes people are not, or the assumption is that people may not be as concerned with plastic waste as they are concerned with everyday living, how they can meet their basic needs. So how can we try to, educate and raise awareness and maybe change the mindset of people, as well to recognize the link between, plastic waste and livelihoods. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it also comes to bit what Barry and also the other speaker said. If you can for instance, you can prove that circular economy, for instance, is contributing to economic growth and income, I also think that would really benefit the people, and that also could help them to create more awareness. So if they see it more as a business solution, they also could be more motivated. I think nowadays, if you look, for instance, in Rwanda, people that were, for instance, working in informal waste recycling, I think there's like a kind of stigma around it that it's not always a good thing to be to do that activity. So I think it also really needs like a mindset change to see that this also can relate to new business activities and that they're economically benefits it. I think that is really needed. And also, of course, it does not only come from the customer, but also from the companies, and also the government also has a role to play in it. And also, if you think about community level, I think, for instance, here in Rwanda, there's quite a strong emphasize also in the community. So I think also from the government, there is possible to community message through the communities in the way how, for instance, Rwanda is organized. So I think also in that sense, it's just the people itself, it's the companies, it should be more like a holistic approach, in my opinion.
Thank you so very much for that. We have one more. We can take one more question at this point, and then later on in the session, hopefully we have more opportunity for a few. So this is Andrew Bounds. Awareness and data are still vital components, but are slow burners. It must come with planned investment into tangible solutions. How can we ensure that investment is targeted into solution-based practices? And then there's another one. Let me just read the second question from Lizzie Banda. The problem is we are working in isolation. We need a platform to work together. I've been coordinating the Point Gem Waste Sorting project. Let us be more intentional for research among universities. This is Lizzie Banda from Zambia. Okay, can I just do something different? This is the last comment of this session, and allow Lizzie and Andrew 60 seconds each, max 60 seconds each to speak live. Okay, so Lizzie, do you want to go first? Please, the tech guys, can you allow Lizzie to talk? 60 seconds, please. Keep to that. And then Andrew Bounds, and then
hello. Wow.
Great, we can hear you.
Okay, great. This is an amazing platform, and for me.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, so I'm saying, can the tech guys allow Lizzie and Andrew to speak? Yes. Go ahead, Lizzie, go ahead.
Everything that is being said is exactly what is on the ground. So the question is, what then do we do? So it's about being more intentional about how we're really going to ensure that the circular economy is actually promoted. We cannot take for granted the fact that there is no awareness. A lot of people are not aware of what's around them, or the impact that this waste has on the environment. So there is need for a lot of awareness, education programs. Schools, homes, and even universities have to work together to ensure that we actually are on the same page when we're talking about waste management. It's a challenge. I have worked as a waste picker. So when I speak from my experience. Sometimes you ask yourself, why the systems working? The systems are there, but they're just not functioning as they should. We've talked about the EPR. We have things that points that are just on paper, we're not implementing, yet they could have a huge impact if only we could actually implement them in the way that they should. Thank you.
Right. Sorry, can you hear me, everyone?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Do we have Andrew for one final comment before we end the session? Okay. It looks like Andrew is not available to speak. But thank you once again. Are there any quick responses to this from you, Barry, as we go into the launch?
I think that investment question was hard, but I suspect that what investors will tell us is that they just want to see the business case and the well-measured KPIs, and that will attract the investment. If you talk about private investment, if you talk about the public investment, it seems like a challenging thing. There's probably not much worry of putting too much money into awareness, because I'm not sure if many places appreciate the value of awareness anyway. So hopefully it will be somewhat natural for the investment to go right into the practical solutions. But it's a really good question. I don't think I have a good answer. I see Andrew is now available to speak. Maybe we can try activating him again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A very quick one, Andrew. 60 seconds only. Okay. Can you please give Andrew the opportunity to speak? All right, so there will be opportunities for other members of the audience as well.
Hello,
Okay,
I think I'm there now.
Yeah, a quick one, a quick comment from you, Andrew, before we end the session.
Sure. So just to say that I think awareness and data are very needed and vital things. But what I've been finding is a lot of grants and money flows into the awareness and data pot and doesn't actually come into tangible investment into solutions. And what we're finding is that we can spread as much awareness and go into schools and teach, but unless there is actual avenues for people to access recycling or other methods of in this solid waste management, then the awareness will run dry. People will have it in their heads, but it will gradually, unless they can act on it, will not sustain in the impact we have. So my concern is that for instance, we didn't need to know how much plastic was coming into Uganda to get started. We could see it all around us. So although that data will help us in knowing our impact, but we were able to just get started off seeing the problem directly on the roadside being burnt. So my debate would be that we can spread a lot of awareness and we can collect a lot of data, but we need to ensure that there is a good pot going into that innovation and into those practical solutions, especially ones that are proven to work, to expand them and grow. So then we actually stop the flow of plastic into the oceans on the land.
Thank you so very much for those comments and insights, Andrew, and very rightly so. We need to do awareness, but this also has to be driven by evidence, by data. And we keep the debate and discussion going. Thank you everyone for sticking around with us for this really interesting conversation. We are now going to take a break, a lunch break, which we are going to converge again on the platform by 1 o'clock. But in between these, we are going to see the open so this is going to be networking and lunch at the same time. So it's an opportunity to network, to keep the chat going, for example, in the chat session. And also there will be some video clips shown on the screen. Like just rightly as Andrew has mentioned about data, again, we have a data exercise ongoing, which is really important. We have a survey. So the link to the survey is going to be posted on the chat. Please help us to drive this process forward by offering your insights and views. It won't take you more than 10 minutes to complete this survey. And we really appreciate if you do that. But yeah, so once again, thank you so very much to our panelists from Western Africa. So we have had from Funto, Olufunto Borofis from Abuja. We have also had from Mazi from Recycle Point. And then over there to Southern Africa, Amasi Ukono, who is the founder of Recycle Point. And then we've also had from Dr. Sema Lendevo from University of Namibia, from Florence Amadila, who is the founder of Epupa, and Lewis Kloppers of Recycle Labs in Namibia, both of them from Namibia, and Chifungo Zamaka, who is the co-founder of Recycle Port in Zambia. And finally, over here at Eastern Africa, we've had our excellent colleague, Dr. Barry Rowan, who is with the Kigali Collaborative Research Center. Also, Gideon Pungo, who is doing some great stuff with Your Waste. And of course, with LK Nijma, who is the founder of Circular Africa. Thank you so much, very much, everyone, all of you speakers, for this really exciting and interesting presentation. So let's keep the debate and discussion going as we now take a break, a lunch break, and we converge again at 1 o'clock precisely. As you can see, we have been trying to keep time this conference. So thanks so much, everyone, and we converge again as well. But the screen will be open. There will be networking activities going on in the meantime. Thank you.
So Doc, where has Zambia Sugar and where have the mines been taking all their waste in this country? Of course, I know that the mines some time back, they used to take it to SA, only for them to realize that it was actually valuable material they were taking there. And then when they realized that, SA picked it up and then offered them a price which still was not good enough, because at the end of the day, it's always the people that are holding the power to technology that will benefit the most. Don't know of how things are now.
Lizzie, is that for me? Chifungo here. Hello, Lizzie.
Hello, sorry, Doc.
Hi. I think since 2018. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think since about 2017, 2018, somewhere there, there's been a move by like the sugar companies, particularly Ilova and Kafue Sugar. So one of the things they've been doing is investing in bioethanol plants so they can cut off the grid in terms of supply for their power. So yeah, quite some massive investments. But I can share with you, I think, some of the numbers and contacts that may have worked on the project. In the email. Yeah, but quite valid observation. And I think one of the other challenges we have here in Zambia is not only like the agricultural waste, but like the sugar cans and maybe chippings. There's a lot of just fecal sludge. We don't have like a properly set up sewage system, and a lot of our cities are expanding, but the sewage system can't seems to be lagging behind. So there's a lot of fecal sludge contained within communities, and it's a regular threat. For the poorest communities, it's a constant threat, but even the urban communities are no longer safe because even the urban communities, because they don't have the municipal sewer system, what's happening is fecal sludge from their kind of home-based sewage management system is mixing up with their water source because of the challenge also of not being connected to like a water grid. In the poorer communities, obviously contamination of wells, but it's the same. It's now happening even in the much more affluent communities. So in terms of just looking at biomass as a resource, fecal sludge could also be a resource worth looking at. And it comes back, I think, to some of the work we're doing with Recycleboard, just trying to be able to map out where these materials are and kind of just enhance the efficiency in terms of generating value from them. So be it generating biogas and the like.
Are you aware of the biodigester that is in Lusaka in Kadikidiki area?
Yes, I am.
So and that has been put up, sorry?
And I think it's a great idea.
But there's a lot of resistance from the local residents.
Yeah, I think education should run side by side, just in terms of letting people understand what the benefits are. Like you would think the West is kind of like a safe business environment, like the West sector. It's also quite like a cutthroat business because you have all these middlemen who want to exploit the West workers. And so it's heavily contested. So it's important to build the necessary relationships that kind of navigate that challenging environment. And so dialogue, community involvement, and constant re-education of the community and just being on the ground also helps in terms of just giving people the confidence to kind of test out new things with you.
So I guess one of the challenges we have now for a very long time is the fact that everybody thinks it's just the work of the local authorities to actually manage the waste, which is not true. In as much, of course,
actually it is. Actually it is legally. Actually legally it is. And it's only recently that you're seeing some fines on plastic. So you have to buy your own plastic when you go to shopping mall. So that now kind of taps into the consumer. But for a long time, it's been the responsibility of municipalities as custodians of the community. But obviously, over time, with the growth in populations, and the changes that have happened, you see that a lot of municipalities cannot even pay their own workers for months on end. So collecting waste.
I'm from that background.
Priority. Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is,
so collecting unsorted waste that they can't sell anywhere is last priority. Yeah, but if we could actually help them collect sorted waste from households, they could create an additional revenue stream. Because we constantly have situations of workers going 8 months with no pay. In so many municipalities, 6 months.
What the problem is, like for instance, we have these recycling companies. I think we should have Clean Fast in Lusaka, right?
Yes.
So
recycling.
I remember at one point a meeting with them, with the local authority. They are rigid. They do not want to see the thing. Because the one thing I asked, I said, look, okay, you hello?
Please go ahead.
Yes, they're rigid because they do not want to make to move with the times. We have these waste management districts in Lusaka So if you are clean fast, you know your locality is this area and you cannot collect from the other area, which is okay. We're not coming in to displace anyone. But if people can also realize that, because when you look at the Waste Management Act of 2018, should be section 28 of it says every generator of waste must cost to sort that waste. Yet we are not implementing that. So for as long as we do not implement that, this whole thing will not get us anywhere. So if CleanFast can know to say whatever charges they're actually charging the households, they'll still be maintained. But it's even better if the waste is gotten sorted. There'll be very little. It's like the whole idea here is about is preventing the amount of waste that is going to Chunga dam site. I'm sure you've seen it. It's a mess. It's a health hazard.
Yes,
and most of the people that are there, the women and the children. So if we can prevent all recyclable waste from going there, I think it will be better for that place. And now that we know that even the food waste waste is a resource. So let's just already, you may have seen that clip on JNBC where they were showing a guy from, should be Kanyama, who's actually created a machine that is crushing bottles and he's making building blocks from that.
Yes. Yeah.
So
and you know, I agree with you. Although what we've learned recently is the recycling companies would rather focus on their core business, which is, I think, manufacturing. Although we might brand them in terms of our ecosystem as recycling companies, they're practically manufacturing companies. And to them, their greatest concern is making sure they get a return on their investment. So they make huge investments in plant and machinery and land. And so their primary concern is volumes. They don't care who brings it. So even if the guy who brings it to them ripped off the guy who picked it off the ground and say for 10 kwacha, that they're selling to the recycling company, the guy who actually picked it off the ground only gets 5 kwacha. The recycling companies don't really care. They care mostly about being able to get their volumes at a price that makes sense within their business model. And so what we're trying to do is try and create a fair trade marketplace where nobody gets ripped off, especially the people who are actually taking the risk going on the ground, doing the collections. And so it's a cost reflective value chain. And we also want to, at the same time, if we can meet the volumes, we can demand for more price on quality. Say, for example, if we can meet the volume, but these are materials of high quality that don't require a lot of cleaning, meaning we can still negotiate like a better margin, which could trickle down to the reclaimer.
But to see what is the problem again here is the gaps that are there. Look, for instance, when you started what you're doing, you obviously had to start from scratch because for starters, there is no database that will give you an indication of how much, for instance, Lusaka City is producing for the different types of waste. So if you're coming in, if you're going to come in as an investor or somebody interested in this business, you will not be able to make a decision just there and then because you don't have that data. So you need the time to actually generate that data so you can be able to see if it makes economic sense for you to actually get started. So for as long as we have these gaps and we're not working on ensuring that we have a database, we're not getting anywhere.
Yes, and the only way to get that going is for people like you and myself to actually do our little bit. We understand that because we're a self-funded organization to a huge extent, we have to be careful in terms of how we manage our cash flows also. And so rather than going for volumes, like say, okay, here's an amazing number, we did 100 tons last year. We're actually looking at very specific metrics. For example, how much more does the waste reclaimer make once a transaction is completed to our digital channels? how much time does it save the middleman or aggregator or transporter? And how does that translate into cost savings so much that they can actually take the price that the reclaimer sets? Then we're also looking at how much more volume and the quality of materials can we deliver to processors with the same number of users, but through our channel. And so we have in Zambia like just about 56 active West pickers. And in SA, we're working with Greenway Africa. So Greenway Africa is a consultancy, but also focuses a lot on research. And they do a lot of work on the ground with community. And we're testing out these key metrics. To us, volume right now is not really like a key metric, but kind of developing this model where the benefits that the reclaimers deserve are actually delivered to them, and also developing it in a way that once we have this fair trade marketplace kind of set up and it's kind of repeatable, then we can spread it out to more communities and more West Pick. So we're taking that approach, obviously, given the constraints in terms of funding, we can't deploy so many people on the ground. But we're also taking the approach to make sure that every step we make is kind of like in tandem with the West reclaimers and the aggregators and the processors. And so it's more like a collective movement towards this market, which actually benefits everyone.
That to me sounds like...
I think you and me have to connect after the conference and continue this conversation. I'm happy to do that. I'm glad to hear your views. I think we share the same. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward.
Thanks, Lizzie. Good to see you on the conference.
Oh my goodness. Am I university?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. It was very quiet, so I was getting a bit concerned.
Yeah, I am here. I was just waiting for 1 o'clock so we can have a sharp start. So shall we start now?
Yeah, let me just share my screen. I think that's me on, right?
So I'll just gonna give a brief introduction, and then after that we can just start.
Oh, are you going to ask me to share it, or should I share this my?
Now I'll ask you in a second. So right. Okay. So thanks everyone for joining us. So as you know, today is a very big day for DigPlastic project. So we are running our conference on digital innovation for circular plastic economy in Africa. And for those of you who joined us from the beginning, so far we talked about case studies of innovations in the space of plastic waste management from East, West, and Southern Africa. So in this session, we are going to talk about academic research and innovations. So how we can use digital technologies and digital innovation to tackle plastic waste and achieve the circular plastic economy for Africa. So for today, I am very privileged to host 4 distinguished academic. So we have Dr. Vakunoma from Center for Computing and Social Responsibility of Damonford University from Leicester in the UK. We have also Dr. O'Kerry from Exeter Center for Circular Plastic Economy in the UK. Dr. Timothy Whitehead from School of Engineering and Applied Science from Aston University, and Dr. Patrick Schroeder, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Chatham House in London. So I'm going to talk a little bit very shortly about the structure of this session. So of course, we have 4 academic that they're going to deliver the talk. Each talk approximately is supposed to be 15 minutes. So I will usually tell people after 15 minutes to wrap things up. So we will do a Q&A session after all these 4 talks are done. So in the meantime, if you have any question, I want to request that please kindly post your questions in the chat box, and then I'll pick them up afterwards, and then we will have a panel discussion. So I think in terms of the order of talk, we are going to start with Kotuma, and then Tim, and then Patrick, and then at the end we are going to have a talk from Dr. O'Kerry. So Kotuma, would you like to share your screen and start?
All right, thank you.
Fantastic, thanks very much.
Okay, can you see it?
Fantastic, yes, all good.
I don't know if I should make it any bigger, or is this okay?
I can see it. If you want, you can just put it in presentation mode so people don't see the rest of the...
Ah, yes.
Excellent, this is fantastic. Thanks very much.
Oh. Let me just go back. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. So I just wanted to add that I will be delivering this presentation with Selma Lendovo from Multidisciplinary Research Center, University of Windhoek. So we are going to be talking about gender and digital innovation on a circular plastic economy. I've already been introduced. I'm from the Center for Computing and Social Responsibility in the UK at Montfort University. So for starters, I just wanted to give an illustration of the landscape of digital innovation on a circular plastic economy in Africa. A lot of our colleagues have already touched on or given examples of what is happening in Africa, and some of these examples have appeared on their talk. So we have Mr. Green, we have recyclers, we have Lubuto. So these are, and this circular plastic economy in Africa is actually expanding. as we speak. So this is a truly good thing. And so what is happening is that there is an increasing trend in digital innovation through, of course, use of a lot of technologies, some of which have already been touched on, such as mobile applications, web applications, and indeed SMS technologies. And these are allowing for the enablement of acquisition of new knowledge, new skills, and indeed awareness of different technologies. And also the fact that there is use of digital innovation in CPE in Africa means that there's also that element of networking and also easier collaboration. And I think this example is great testament to what is happening in the use of digital innovation and also collaboration with different people across the continent. And the other aspect that is then being looked at is the fact that there is improved household and community level economies. And we see this through the mapping elements that these technologies can actually avail to communities or indeed to households. We can also see that there are aspects related to scheduling in terms of time for picking this plastic waste, and so many different elements that as other past presenters have touched on are actually happening. And so then there is this allowance of smart collection and recycling of plastic waste. And indeed, this then allows for job creation in what I would consider a relatively niche area and an area that is growing. And I think this is quite important because this area is going to be very important for many years to come, particularly as this is plastic waste is a concern not only for Africa, but globally as well. And so, although this is happening and the landscape is very much clear in terms of the growth of CPE, this particular sector is still very much male-dominated, which allows for persistent gender disparities. And we see this particularly in the development and indeed the implementation of policies, legislations, and indeed strategies. And often what happens is that these policies, legislations, and strategies are looked at as neutral, but there is nothing neutral when it comes to gender equalities or indeed inequalities. This is because we know that cultural, structural norms have shown that most aspects related to women or indeed policies are never really equally looked at. Most of structural aspects are biased towards men. That's why we see that there are more men in formal employment than there are women. Most women are left at home to look after the kids, to look after the household, etc. The other aspects where we see this is in development projects, and development projects are only going to get more. But what happens is that these development projects are being mostly led by men, and it's not a bad thing. But I think it needs to be said that when this happens, that gender aspects are normally put on the back burner or seen as something that should be discussed at a more sort of a general level. But we know again that there is nothing general about women's participation in development projects. And because these gender issues are not necessarily discussed much more in a much more nuanced way, there are capacity building issues, access to facilities. For example, if we're talking about credit to start up circular plastic organizations, for instance, or indeed training when it comes to technologies. The other aspect really is that women are usually the main pickers of plastic waste, and they become exposed to hazardous plastic waste. There is a risk to their safety because they have to walk long distances to dumping sites or indeed around to collect plastic waste. And I know some of you might be thinking that it's good that there is this particular aspect because then women are making some money. But the money is not that much. It is really a hand-to-mouth sort of situation. which only then exacerbates the aspect of poverty. Particularly when we look at how plastic waste picking is seen as a dirty job, which can be left for women, because women would do anything to actually feed their families, to look after their household, to look after their kids. And what needs to happen is that there should be a change in this particular aspect so that they too can be in decision-making positions rather than be seen to be the ones that can do the so-called dirty jobs. And so we want to look at this, we want to change this sort of setup as demonstrated by these particular pictures. And so if digital innovation is to play a meaningful role in the circular plastic economy, there is need to identify opportunities that are inclusive and gender responsive. And so one of the things that we want to do for this particular study is to interrogate the gender inequalities in CPE and to look at how digital innovation can reduce these particular inequalities so that the CPE can truly be, or it should be able to provide good opportunities for both men and women, particularly when it comes to the use of digital innovation. And what we want to look at then is that rather than looking at the previous, having to see previous pictures that I have shown, we want to see pictures such as this, where we have women like Nzambi Mate, Bilikisi, Marian, leading the way, being given opportunities to be able to actually be co-founders of, plastic waste recycling organizations. And I think this can be a very good thing for both men and women, because what would then tend to happen, particularly when you look at the role of digital innovation, in as far as gender is concerned, is that there will be job opportunities, because that's what digital innovations are going to allow. And then there's also going to be the aspect of development of technology and know-how, because as I've indicated, this is a very niche area which is growing, and it will offer opportunities for both men and women. So rather than looking at women as lane pickers of plastic waste, they can be designers, developers of digital innovative technologies that can then lead to cleaner environments, which can have a positive impact on both their health and the surrounding environment. And then also there will be this much more efficient way of managing plastic waste, rather than having women to actually risk their lives going to different dumping sites to pick up these particular waste in hazardous conditions. And so one of the things that I would like to draw attention on is the methods that we employed in looking at this particular area. We drew data from focus group discussions and also from follow-up interviews and survey questionnaires. And the focus group discussions involved startup organizations, investors, civil society organizations, government and academicians to help us understand the role of digital innovation and also that of the potential impact that it can have on women. And I'll allow Selma to take over from here just to discuss what the picture looks like in terms of the findings that we came across.
Okay, I will go through, colleagues. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I will look at the findings from the discussion, the methodology that Dr. Kutoma only indicated now. Really, if you look in the innovating companies that we have sampled so far, you will find that women are still lacking when it comes to lagging behind when it comes to decision-making position. And we also realize that a niche, a competitive area, which does not really allow women to compete on the level playing field due to that lack of finance setup. What we have witnessed also this morning is that there has been some challenges in startups finding finances, but also literature show that more men are likely to have access to finances compared to women. We also observed that in pre-proposal stages, policy interest must be gauged to access what the actual impact of research would be on both men and women. At the current moment, we do more the neutrality type of research that does not really give us the understanding of the difference on the most of the activities impact in terms of mainly projects between men and women. And then, as I've just indicated about earlier, the lack of financing for alternatives really is a challenge to most startups, and that challenge is mainly more visible among men and women. I mean, among women compared to men. We also found that most of the waste management initiatives or interventions are mainly found in urban areas as compared to rural areas, making it, drawing that greater gap between men and women in terms of their visibility, because women are more found in rural areas. The other aspect was that the incentives that Dr. just indicated in her introduction of from the waste collection has been really marginal with a very limited impact. And as a result, the impact of innovations regarding waste management among women is quite still little. However, we found out that there's quite a high participation in terms of project where you find more students doing research on waste management, or even in the environmental activists, you usually find more women as compared to men. And I think we put the Nobel Prize winner, Ms. Wangari Maathai from Kenya, as an example of how activism has been on the side of women. Just to continue, in terms of the recycling companies, many people are involved after the collections, and women are distinguished by doing waste washing perfectly. And as a result, this continue to increase that disparity between men and women, because even the activity in this industry is more related to their cultural or traditional roles. We noticed from the study that there is a great agreement that women are agents of change, whereby they are able to communicate better to the family in terms of protection of the environment, and also contribute to attitudinal changes at the household level. They are also the cornerstone of waste management. If you look in our communities, women will normally do it as a natural activity as compared to male who rather do it for an income. And you can also see this is coming from our cultural or the cultural activities division of labor. The outreach, and as a result, the outreach is targeted directly at women in this regard. It is also noted that the cleaning services industry is about 75% women. And we brought this case in here because if you look at plastic waste, it's a waste that we throw over around or we waste around our societies, and who end up cleaning, it's mainly the women. And we felt women are also, not most of the time, the majority of the buyers of this plastic waste. Then we believed from this study that there is a need for us to mainstream gender throughout our programs in order to ensure that gender is explicitly indicated in most of our activities. Here I'm giving an indication of the United Nations, the UNIDO gender mainstreaming guidelines. And really around this, we need to ask ourselves, questions, are women's and men's experience equally taken into account when we look in terms of priorities, in terms of needs, in terms of development and transfer of environmental sound technologies, in terms of participation and benefits from capacity building and awareness raising, as well as opportunities for them to be participating. So in general, we need to look at our power and agency and related to the economic empowerment, and it should be action oriented. It should be able to be visible. Now, I was reading the paper by Funk 2019, and they were more talking about the future of the industry, especially in the recycling industry, and they identified different kind of needs, the needs to succeed. And you will find that in those needs, there's quite a lot of capacity building, there is quite a lot of technological transfer. And the question is, to what extent do we make them gender responsive in order to ensure that we do make an impact in the lives of women? And I just hand it over to Dr. Kutoma.
Okay, just to finalize, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, okay, so just to finalize, we came up with a couple of recommendations. So I know we're running out of time, so I'll quickly just breeze through them. So we looked at the aspect of technological development, which we think must be gender sensitive, particularly when it comes to access, adaptability, affordability, and use, because we know that normally it's very difficult for women to access technologies, to adapt to these particular technologies, to their needs, and also to afford them. And the other aspect is related to a need to change the mindset on cultural norms, and part of which is look to not stigmatize plastic waste collection and see it as a dirty job, but to see it as something that is important for both men and women. And in this particular aspect, I think we think that as we use digital innovation a lot more, we can then begin to see that everybody plays their role, particularly in the development, the implementation of these technologies, so that plastic waste can be done in a much more smarter way by both men and women. We also then think that it's very important to ensure that that policies and legislations around digital innovation, particularly with regards to gender, is that it is gender aggregated, and that issues around men and women that relate to this particular field should be clearly spelled out. And so with this, we must be able to have coordinated efforts, particularly within different sectors that can include civil society, policymakers, academicians, as well as industry. And there's also need to look at a national database, and this sort of national database will actually require very much concerted effort, particularly when it comes to technologies like artificial intelligence, which Professor Mba actually touched on. And that means that the level of collection of data must be intensified so that we can find necessary patterns that actually speak about patterns that are happening that can address both men and women when it comes to the circular plastic economy, so that plastic waste can be a thing of the past, whether it means looking at jobs, whether it means avoiding particular risks and things like that, or indeed training. And when I'm talking about training, the other aspect is that we must be able to create technical experts for both men and women, that involves both men and women, so that they also get a fair share of understanding of how best these technologies can be best used. And then the last aspect I'd like to draw your attention on is the aspect of funding and investment, which is quite important for both men and women. So this can be in terms of ensuring that there's easy access to credit for both men and women, whether it be the informal and informal sector, that there is this awareness that should be happening at different levels, whether it's in urban areas or in rural areas, the awareness of plastic waste must be quite important so that both men and women can actually have equal access to what is happening when it comes to a circular plastic economy. And of course, lastly, the aspect of social cultural norms must come to an end when it comes to differentiating, particularly in terms of giving opportunities for both men and women when it comes to the use and indeed the creation and development of additional innovation technologies that can actually then be something good that can drive the circular plastic economy in Africa for men and women. Right. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, both Katuma and Selma. What a fantastic topic and what a fantastic presentation. Certainly, we will have to come back to you and ask a lot of questions because this is, indeed excellent topic. But in the interest of time, I need to very quickly move to the next presenter, Dr. Timothy Whitehead from Aston University. So. Excellent. Thanks, Tim. So are you happy? Can you share your screen? Do you want to?
Yeah. You can hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you fine. And we can see the presentation as well. Thanks very much.
Okay, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you very much. My name's Tim Whitehead. I'm a lecturer in design at Aston University. And today I just want to summarize some of the work we're doing on utilizing plastic waste to create new products using 3D printing in low-income settings. But I actually want to start by actually talking about the telephone, the regular old school classic telephone. And I think this leads nicely into where I think 3D printing is going and how we can use this in terms of a circular plastic economy and how we can build on that. So obviously the classic telephone back in the day required landlines, the landline phone. We required a lot of infrastructure to make that work, as we're all familiar with. But obviously, we leapfrog, and I think a lot of the African countries, for example, have leapfrogged that. They haven't needed to invest in the landline infrastructure that Europe and America have. And we've leapfrogged that straight away and moved into mobile technology, which, as you're probably aware, means that people can access banking and loads of other services through their phone and a lot of the stuff we've been talking about today. And I think this fits quite nicely with where 3D printing is going. If we're looking at kind of leapfrogging technologies that can get to the poor, to the lower income in society more quickly. It is interesting to note that the world's poorest households are more likely to have a mobile phone than a toilet, according to the World Bank. And that was a few years ago, if you look at that. So there's real access to technology, and we don't need the same infrastructure access that we used to. So if we look at kind of manufacturing and making physical products, whether that could be a mobile phone or kind of consumer goods, whether it's cups or phones or whatever it is, typically they're made in one place. They're made either in Asia or China or in a manufacturing hub, wherever that is. And we use machines like this, like an injection molding machine. And we'll have a big factory, something like this. And then when we look at kind of global supply chains, this is just a map of shipping supply chains around the world. And we look at how much stuff is being shipped across the world all the time from our global factories. And we've all seen what happens when it goes wrong recently as well. So I think when we're coming back to 3D printing, I think there's a real opportunity here to have a distributed supply chain where we can actually make stuff locally at the source, and we can make products or parts that people actually want to have and need in that local community. And that's kind of what my work's looking at. And hopefully you'll see some examples in a second of how we do that. So wherever you are in the world, whether it's a little rural village somewhere or a big city, we can actually make products locally, hopefully using the local resource, in this case, plastic waste. So distributed manufacture, this is kind of what it sort of centers around. Like mobile phones, 3D printers are really versatile. The cost has come down significantly. And the important thing is that in terms of manufacturing, you can manufacture almost like a whole range of products without having to set up the same tooling and the expense that kind of traditional manufacturing requires. And they're lightweight, portable, we can move them around to any rural location. Okay, so, but I think it is worth noting before we go into some case studies, the technology is still relatively in its infancy, and 3D printing is not capable of high volume manufacturing. So when we're making a lot of one thing, it's very much more suited to bespoke one-off products, small scale production, and maybe higher value items, or where if you've got something where it's a product where something's broken down, you can print a replacement part. Okay, so I'm looking at this in terms of not to replace the mass manufacturing that we currently see, but to fill a gap where we can use, you know, sustainable local resources, i.e. plastic waste, to actually make customized products for our local community and add value that way. So this is where my project started, looking at, you know, where can we put a 3D printer and what can we do with it? Okay. So the project that I kind of want to just share in some case studies with you about is called Circular Plastic. The aim is really to establish solutions to plastic waste in these low-income countries and to create new products that add value. Because plastic waste, as we've been discussing earlier today, there's a lot of plastic waste, and I've seen loads of great pictures and videos of people shredding plastic and building bricks and what have you. The value comes, doesn't it, by turning that into a product, turning it into a physical item. You know, a bag of shredded plastic waste is relatively low value, but a product that people can use has a significantly more value. So that's what I'm trying to look at, is trying to look at how we can do that. But also there's some underlying technology in terms of extrusion that we also need to get right. So we're kind of working with a number of partner universities and across Rwanda and Kenya and Nigeria in STEM cafes and co-creation hubs, kind of makerspace type places, to look at how we do that. So if we're kind of looking at a basic thing, and I'm sure this will be quite familiar with a number of you, in terms of how we get from raw plastic to a new product, we're looking at sourcing it, washing it, shredding it, drying, extruding it, and then 3D printing our final outcome. So we go straight from plastic bottle through from shredders, as you've probably seen, you know, and I think this is just worth just pausing on slightly. When we're looking at 3D printing, what we've been focusing on is actually locally manufactured 3D printers, because what we're also really acutely aware of, when we start importing technology, so like importing a 3D printer into a region, that's all very well and good while it works, but as soon as it breaks, as soon as something goes wrong, you've almost, the whole printer, you're like, what can you do with it? Is there the supply chain to get the spare parts there? So we're really keen to work with like local 3D printers. That means there isn't a supply chain issue. If it breaks down, there's somebody, you know, close by that can support and get that up and running again. And it can also be kind of maintained much better. These ones, this is a company in Nairobi, AB3D, African-born 3D printers, and they make their 3D printers actually from e-waste, which is really cool. So the little servo motors that you see on that, they come off 2D printers, you know, kind of big photocopier type things, which is really nice. So it's again, it's this whole kind of circular economy to a larger scale. So we make sure we use local printers, and we use local plastic waste, and we turn it into filament, and we print new products. And this is just one example that Tech for Trade, and they're based in Nairobi. This is a microscope, and some of you may or may not have seen this before, but it's a 3D printed microscope. It uses Raspberry Pi as its underlying, I guess, computer, and it plugs into a laptop, and it costs about $100. So it's equivalent of an expensive microscope. And there's a number of these that have gone out to schools in and around the area in Kenya as a part of a STEM education project, but also to kind of highlight, you know, plastic waste and 3D printing and getting people involved in technology development, which is really cool. So that was kind of where everything started, and there's some nice kind of case studies of work going on. And the part of the project that we've been doing is actually, this last year or so, is actually working with local people to try and understand what they need. And I've got a number of products. These are the ones that we've developed with local stakeholders. And just really, I think what I just wanted to say, just show some of the breadth of the ideas that people are having, and what we might be able to do with 3D printing. Okay, so we're working again. So we're in Rwanda, Kenya, and Nigeria. Those are the kind of countries we're working with. But we're creating everything from like a boat baler. So we identified that people in some areas, you know, they have to navigate through these boats. They're kind of homemade. They're carved out of wood locally, and they often flood. You know, they often take on water, and that was a local problem and a local need. And so the solution was, well, how about we build a little baler system that works off a Coca-Cola bottle, and there's basically a little kind of siphon pump in there, using the 3D printing to create something bespoke for that problem. And the same is with this sand dredging. So some of the community around Lagos are dredging sand, etc. Very, very kind of low income level here. And they were just having issues, and they said, well, actually what we'd love is just a little adapter or something that we can stick on the end of our bucket to make it easier to dredge sand in this case. So we're trying to look at, and we might say that a lot of these projects probably aren't quite commercially ready yet, and whether or not you make a business out of this yet, that's kind of what we're kind of working on now. But hopefully you see how we can use 3D printing to start addressing local needs in quite a bespoke way, which is really interesting, because we would never normally build like boat balers in the millions, because it's quite a specific issue to that community. Okay, another one was a fishing farm. We developed a fishing farm in Rwanda, looking at small scale fishing production. And again, they were just looking for something to have modular fish that was more robust, little fishing net farm thing that was more robust and could be expanded as their business grew. And so we 3D printed these plastic buoys basically that were bespoke, and they worked with the bamboo that they were already using. Customized fruit picker. Fruit picking, again, this came from a Rwandan project. And again, they identified that they've got to pick a lot of, I think it's mangoes, and they wanted an attachment for the end of their stick, basically, to aid them in that process, that had a kind of custom designed, very simple, but custom designed insert that enabled you to pull the fruit off correctly. I've just got two more examples. A customized machete peeler. So this was identified that when peeling I guess kind of like root vegetables and food, people often use like machetes, which is great. They're really sharp, really quick. But there's a few issues in terms of chopping off too much of the produce, and like with the skin and how quite high wastage, but also the safety and young people using it and things like that. So they said, actually, what would be really good is if we could have some sort of, peeler that goes on our machete, so that then it was much safer and easier to use. So we developed that. We 3D printed the peeler, and finally we've got this non-electric milk cooler, and this is for rural communities have scarcity of electricity, don't have fridges as such, and they want to keep their milk a little bit longer. So we developed with them it's kind of like a flask, I guess, but it uses a matrix inside, so a 3D printed matrix, which helps the water evaporate a little bit quicker and provides a natural cooling to help keep the milk lasting for a bit longer. And these are the sorts of products that we are starting to create using plastic waste to meet local need and to see where the business opportunities are. This was a first print of one of our fruit picker, and then we kind of had a final developed print that was in use. So I think where we're at the moment in this project, and hopefully this is just really a taster. This is just really a taster of what we're doing, and feel free to contact me or anything if you kind of want any more information. We can go to the Q&As later. But really, what we're finding is that distributed manufacture and 3D printing might be a really good way of opening the doors to small scale like enterprises and entrepreneurship, which we think really could actually play quite an important role in providing products to communities that they really need, while also using that plastic waste, adding value to plastic waste, and trying to be truly circular in the way we go forward. So hopefully that's interesting. I've got, I don't know if I did the, I've got a quick, it's a 1 minute little video. I don't know if I did my share sound thing. I'm just going to stop the share and just reshare again. Is that all right? So I can share the sound. And this will just summarize it in 1 minute. So hope you enjoy. Oh, my PowerPoint stopped working. I think that's it. Actually, that's all from me. I hope it's useful, and we'll take questions later, I guess. Are we?
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Tim. For this is great. Really, it was really great. I need to engage, and I really enjoyed all these like 3D printing stuff. So I am now almost ready to go downstairs and 3D print some stuff. It was really cool. So I need to move to the next person, and then we will get back to you later on. So our next presenter is Dr. Patrick Schroeder from Chatham House in London. Patrick, if you can, please join and start the talk.
Yes, hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for inviting me to join the panel. Yeah, it's a great presentation by Tim, very inspiring. And so were the presentations this morning, all the examples from the different regions. So with my presentation, it's going to be a little bit drier, I think. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So, Chatham House, so as partner of this project, we've been involved, and it was over the last year a great experience for me, and I learned so many things. Now, I was trying to look a little bit more at what's happening along, not just at the end of life and recycling part, but I was trying to think what's happening more upstream. So this is in a way a little bit work in progress. And I also wanted to find out a little bit more about waste trade. And at the end, I will introduce a new a new program and funding opportunity that's just been launched a couple of days ago. It's an EU-funded program which is led by UNIDO and could provide some opportunities to promote circular plastics value chains in Africa. Actually, all African countries would be eligible to be partner in this. I'll come to that in a bit. So if we look at the plastics value chain, the focus often, this is where we see all the pictures and but there's a lot happening upstream as well, and I didn't understand much about it. I still don't know many things which are happening in this area of polymer production and plastic conversion, and I think it's important to find out more what's happening there in order to find solutions.
Sorry, Patrick. Just can I interrupt for a second? Your voice keeps fading away. I don't know if you can put the monitor, the microphone a little bit higher.
Okay, I'll try to get closer. How's this?
It's good now. Here now is very good. Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, great. So I was looking for information on plastics production in Africa, and there's not a lot of information there. But this publication by Babayemi et al. I think they're Nigerian-based researchers, provides a good overview of where the plastic production hubs in Africa are at the moment. So we can see actually 3 areas here. In Northern Africa, there's a lot happening there along the Mediterranean, then South Africa and Nigeria. Other emerging hubs are also around Ghana and Kenya. But these are the main areas, and these are also the main hubs when it comes to resins and polymers. If we look at the figures here, so this information is quite useful if we wanted to think about what measures need to be taken upstream in the manufacturing phase of plastics. So although this wasn't necessarily focus of our project, it gave the opportunity to understand a little bit more about this. So I tried to find out a little bit more by going through a number of online databases, especially business directories, where the manufacturing is actually happening in terms of numbers of companies. And this is what I found on this dnb.com site, which seemed to be the most comprehensive one. I wasn't actually quite sure whether Morocco really, if that's an accurate number, but it seems definitely that in the most production takes place here. So then if you look at Nigeria, Ghana, then my question was actually, does that cover all the companies which are operating in Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, etc., or are there more? So the information online is very limited. I think that's one of the data gaps that needs to be addressed also on to have, especially to inform policy in a good way. Especially as the production industry, the production is growing very fast. It's important to keep up to date on these aspects. So this is also a recent publication that was published by the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which is a collaboration between the FCDO and UNCTAD. And it was published by the Stockholm Environment Institute. And they were looking at which manufacturing sectors in sub-Saharan Africa are considered to be those with very heavy environmental impact. And we see, so plastics is not the main area that, based on stakeholders' information and the interviews that were conducted, it's not the main polluting industry, but it does still account for a significant amount of pollution during the manufacturing stage. So it's not only that end-of-life plastics has impacts, but also in the upstream production phase, there's some impact as well that so far probably not necessarily addressed. I found this in a publication by the South African Department of Trade and Industry about South Africa plastics production, and it's quite also in comparison to imports of plastics. So we see that the majority of plastics production in South Africa is for packaging. Then in terms of imports, we see a lot of imports of plastics for various other industries or users. And arguably, many of these are also higher value type of plastics. So for the plastics industry in African countries, I think there should be, in terms of when we think about also innovation and how to get higher value, how to move into these other areas so that plastics production can also generate higher value products apart from the packaging. And for example, the example of 3D printing and these innovations around other digital technology, I think they'd be very helpful to make these opportunities reality. And then what also needs to be considered is the link to what's happening in food and beverages sector. So that's been pointed out in a number of research publications. So these trends are very much coupled, especially trends in food and beverage sector will very much also influence how plastics is being used in the packaging industry. And so the solutions for this also need to be considered together, which requires cross-industry dialogue and also policy making around plastics needs to consider also the food and beverages industry. So I've then also tried to have a look at information that's available on current material recovery facilities across Africa and the plastic recycling plants. So, and this is the information that's available online. And again, I'm not sure if this is, it probably does not cover all the recycling plants and businesses which are operating, but also again, compared to the information previously about the production facilities. So there's a big gap of how much is being produced and how much is being recovered and recycled. So I did try also to understand if there's a large amount of plastic waste that's being shipped to Africa. That was also, somebody mentioned this morning about the trade of plastics to China and China's policy measures, which then have resulted in changes in how plastic travels internationally. So this is, we have this visualization tool as part of our website on the circular economy. And it's based on the data by UN Comtrade, which collects the global data from the various national statistics and customs offices around the world. So we can see there is some shipments going to Africa from various places, including China, Europe, the US. There's some interregional trade from South Africa to other countries. However, if you look at this figure here on the left-hand side, the overall share of global plastic waste trade is very small. It's only about 1%. So the majority of plastic waste trade does not involve Africa. It's so the hotspots are India, South Asia, China, not so much anymore, but so if we look at some other details, this is the total value of the plastic waste trade in 2019. Here the top exports or imports from China to Nigeria, Thailand to Nigeria, and fastest growing United States to Ghana, China to Ghana. And this corresponds maybe a little bit to what was in the news of the last year or so, that there was the discussions or the threat that the United States might start exporting a lot of plastics to Kenya. So it's definitely a space to watch, because ideally you would not want to increase this currently relatively low trade to become bigger, because it creates additional challenges to deal with plastic waste on national levels. I also looked at a recent report by Interpol, which tried to understand criminal trends in global plastic waste markets. And also in this report, there was no, as it says here, there's no evidence pointing to African countries as significant destinations for plastic waste exports. So at the moment, this is not happening. However, the report also mentioned that potentially there could be because there are currently significant numbers of illegal e-waste trade, and potentially these channels could also be used to start illegal plastics trade. So that's also something to be watched. Now, this is as part of the project, the Ditch project. We tried to think through also how the various digital technologies that are already being used, how do they link up across the value chain? And yeah, we heard many good examples. To save time, I don't want to go into this maybe in detail, but I do again think our project is really at the forefront of finding solutions to many of the issues, and create higher value, reduce waste, and really creating circularity within the system. So now coming to this project that I mentioned at the beginning. So this is will be funded by the European Commission, and UNIDO is the main implementing agency for this. Chatham House, we are a partner, and so if you see the link here, you can follow that link and get some more information. It is about creating partnerships to develop solutions for circular plastic packaging. And as I mentioned, all African countries are eligible, but the way the project will work is through a European brand or multinational company which has suppliers in African countries. So you could think, for example, either Nestle and their packaging suppliers, or maybe Danone and their plastic packaging suppliers, or maybe retailers like Carrefour. They would be involved to create these partnerships with local suppliers and local entrepreneurs. So these are some of the solutions or interventions that could be funded. They involve the design stage, production stage, and the view stage, looking at redesign of packaging for reuse, biodegradable, recyclability, providing alternatives to single-use packaging, actions to increase use of post-consumer resin. During the production stage, UNIDO will offer technical assistance to use resource efficiency and cleaner production assessment tools that have been already used in many other industries and have not yet been applied sufficiently at the plastics manufacturing industry. And then end of use stage, looking at reverse logistics solutions, including take-back schemes, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that could be of interest for many of our Ditch stakeholders, the project stakeholders, and the wider network. So yeah, please do go and have a look at this link and the website that UNIDO set up, especially if you have contacts to suppliers and or some European brands which are operating in your country. If you could leverage those contacts and maybe get involved. So that's all from me. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Very interesting talk, and I'm sure people will have questions, so we will get back to you in the panel session. Last presenter of this session will be Dr. Okori from Exeter University. So now I welcome him to share his screen with us and start the talk.
Just start sharing my screen.
Yes, please. Yes.
Give me a second while I put the right screen up. Okay. Share now. Can you see my screen?
Yes. All good.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yes. Just I think I need to also. Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Apologies.
What we see is the digitalization to enable a circular plastic economy transition. Lesson from existing academic session.
Just give me a second. I think the right screen should be this screen. Following my video and share screen again. Can you see what screen can you see? Apologies about this.
At the moment, no screen.
Okay.
You have to share again.
The screen I'm trying to share is my screen 2. So you can see my screen 2, right? Just the screen itself.
Screen 2, yeah. Is it the presentation with blue background color?
That's correct. Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
Right.
Okay. Right. So hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Okori. I am at University of Exeter, and I'm a research fellow in circular technology, and I'm working on a topic on digitalization. Circular plastic economy lessons from existing academic research. So I work at EGCI, which is the Exeter Center for Circular Economy. I finished my PhD at Cranfield University, and before I finished, I started a research fellow role there, looking at an EPSRC project that was combining circular economy and Industry 4.0. It's a 3-year project, and this is the last year of the project, and it's been going on quite nicely. I will be drawing out from lessons from that project and also a few from existing academic research. So I'm just gonna go to the next screen. So you can still see my screen, right? I believe. Okay. So I will be talking about the circular economy. I'm sure we've heard that a number of times today, a number of trends as well, some case studies, and also what I would call conclusions and next steps. So existing economy, I would say, manufacturing economy is actually based on the take, make, and waste, which is a linear economy. And studies have shown that most of the world economy is still quite linear and not circular. So this work we're doing is trying to make that process from linear to cycle a bit much faster. So a closed loop thinking for firms in the past often meant that being green or eco-efficient is not a core activity. So most firms obviously look at things like profitability, but supply chain management linkage with sustainability owes much to closed loop and remanufacturing. Remanufacturing is one of the circular strategies as well, which I've used in my current work. And product recycling or remanufacturing was really seen as value creating system. And the circular economy essentially has two key things. It needs to embed value in the system, and also it's a rich feedback system. And Carter and Rogers were the first to demonstrate a relationship between environmental, social, economic in supply chain management, which is actually where we can place plastics in. And this is in the triple bottom line. So this is the circular economy. I will not stay too long on this slide because of, I'm sure we all know it. So it's a rich feedback system, and it's an alternative to our linear economy, which is take, make, dispose. This is take, make, and reuse, recycle, etc. And we tend to keep resources in the system as long as possible while we are trying to extract, we want to extract maximum value from it. And the next slide you see is the digital trends. So it's very undeniable that we've had a number of digital trends, digital technologies in the past few years. Over the last decade, this diagram is from Made Smarter Review of 2017. And we can see that just beyond profitability, firms can have benefits such as increased productivity, reduction in machine downtime. And by 2020, by the current year we are in, this forecast is expected to explode around 50 billion. Now, this research was conducted in 2017, and obviously we had the pandemic of last year, so that might distort the projections. Okay, so quickly, these are some of the intelligent assets. Intelligent asset basically means that you have an existing product which is embedded, which some intelligent device is embedded into it. So for instance, an RFID or sensor, and it can then ensure things like monitoring performance has increased. It can extend the use life cycle and also redefine maintenance as well. Now, very quickly, just looking at CE trends in the last 10 years, or the last 10 years and above, we can see that from publications on Scopus, it has increased. And this is looking at global trends. I will be very quick from here. And when you go down to Africa, it's actually not so much in comparison to what we see around the world. So I just did a Scopus, and I just kept the, I restricted the word circular economy and Africa as my search terms. And we can see that we are having 62 publications, and most of them coming from South Africa and the United Kingdom. I think obviously this is driven by the number of African academics who are in the UK and Australia and Germany as well. So, but we obviously want to see this coming from outside from the continent of Africa, and we can see the trends as well. So we can see that most of the publications have gone into articles, and they are from very diverse fields, majorly environmental, social sciences, and also engineering. And within digitization, that same uptake is actually seen. And it's in the past 10, 15 years, the uptake has increased, and it still will increase more because of, there's a lot of opportunities in integrating CE and digitization, and also for plastics. So what does it mean for plastics? Now, the emerging research question here is that we know that CE is emerging, but it has shown a lot of promise in tackling sustainability issues while retaining value throughout your product life cycle. And plastics remain a key source of pollution, like we know, and waste in Africa. Only 14% of plastics are collected for recycling, and 95% of the value of plastic packaging material is lost to the economy. So we are asking the question, how can this integral area of CE and digitization help enable this transition to CPE in Africa? So I'll look at a number of case studies. So we look at the case study. We look at a case study which we took from where I work with John Lewis. So looking at a phone, for instance. So within a phone, we want to map that for showing a material cloth to be recycled. We need to map the key stakeholders, so we know that the product needs to be there. Then the big M, which is the manufacturer, John Lewis themselves, and also the social media communication, because you want to use the mobile phone device. And this is the estimate: about 140 million worth of clothing goes into landfill each year. So in this research, what we looked at is how can we make the consumer, return your old stock of clothes, so that then the manufacturer goes ahead to either recycle or remanufacture the material, and using an app device on the phone and making it as simple as possible. We can see that this was actually quite efficient for John Lewis. So the most important element while we saw this was working within our small scale of research was customer loyalty to the app. That use the app, the more likely the users will shop with John Lewis, and the more likely the users will go ahead to identify their product for. And obviously we also made some suggestions to John Lewis. So now in looking at circular economy and in 1.0, what we came up with was a mapping tool, I would say, of circular strategies and data flows. So we all use this in our work with we work with a few companies, PSS who are into remanufacturing. I also go into that, and we saw here that if you can adequately map the circular strategy you can collect from literature, and the data flows which you can collect from either secondary data from key stakeholders, you can easily, I would say fairly easily, go ahead to help the remanufacturer, the recycler, to actually gain as maximum as possible value from that product. Now I'll show you quickly how this works. But we'll look at Shoelab. Shoelab is a company in Brixton, a small firm, which we looked at their existing business model, and we wanted to see how we can actually improve their business model to become more circular. Again, this is a firm that takes materials, uses it, and dumps it. So we know that consumers, for instance, they would expect the firms to be built to, consumers are increasingly knowledgeable about some environmental issues. And now we've seen that they expect the retail environment to be built out of local materials to reflect local taste and customs. So we researched here, and we then built a Shoelab business model for this firm, and this is what it involved. So we can see that we made it quite circular. So from the research product development, where the shoe can be recycled and then repaired, and at the second point of development, the repair is actually linked to a particular design which has been requested by a customer. So that circular loop continues, and the benefits of this business model was elimination of unnecessary parts. It was easy to assemble, disassemble, and also the consumer got involved with the manufacturing process. Again, please bear with me, I'll soon be done. So these are some of the questions we were asking in our work, which was looking at data-driven intelligence for a circular economy. And we worked the numbers. We worked it with River Simple. River Simple, a car manufacturer, what they do is that they make hydrogen fuel cell cars, and we want to see how we can actually remanufacture some part of the cars, particularly energy storage system, which has sensors in them already. It's the world's only independent hydrogen car company. And we went through the same method where we had to then draw up this mapping tool, and then obviously then went ahead to identify the points where River Simple will extract much value. So their business model looks around what is called PSS, or products as a service, where you share an existing product without actually buying it. So essentially, you pay for the service, and we found that the customers were more close, and also for the client for user patterns. We have been employing a lot of simulation modeling in work of this. System dynamics, agent-based modeling, and descriptive event simulation. Agent-based modeling basically combines advantages from descriptive simulation. System dynamics is more theoretical, and it's based on a lot of on assumptions that you extract from the and DES is quite quantitative. So we employ this in a remanufacturing setup, and also we came up with a tool or a model to understand how we can actually this is a remanufacturer from the life of their product. Called CPQ, or certainty in product quality, and this was after we took some variables from the remanufacturing. I was the one that was there, did some observation on the shop floor, and also then did some modeling on agent-based simulation. And in the end, we found out that with a high CPQ, the time spent in assembly and this assembly, clean, and inspection, these are the key aspects of manufacturing for it. And a low CPQ, this was the time spent as well. So most manufacturers will really want to stay within the high CPQ value. So just to conclude, I apologize, this was a bit fast. So in applying what we've learned in our Circular 4.0 research to circular plastics economy in Africa, there is the opportunity to implement digital technologies in enabling a faster transition to a circular plastics economy. Now, for Africa, because of our diversity with there, so I'm from Africa, it means that we would suggest a wider systems perspective. And taking a wider system perspective means including the complexity of regional, environmental, and ecosystem analysis levels. And these are some soft systems. I would normally advise for any academic researcher to try and employ as much as possible simulation modeling, because with that you can be able to map out small regions and work with small regions for whatever research you want to do. And mixed methods as well should be advised. And also these are the theoretical implications. So what does digitization mean for the circular plastic economy? So it enables a feedback-rich system, and the opportunity to connect users to the materials, product flows, and their real value. So you can actually begin to develop new circular business models for that plastic, and that can then capture the locality as well of the area. And obviously open innovation, and like I did mention, the systemic approach. So finally, we have a center. It's the national hub for circular economy hub, and we are one of we host the national center. And for the CE community, I think most of the learnings from the CE community can be applied to a potential CPE community. And these are what I would think from my work so far. So I've been working on CE for the past, I think 6 years now. So these are what I think the requirements for a successful CPE community should be. Data modeling and metrics, there should be people within that area, knowledge and evidence. So we would prefer obviously real knowledge from within areas. And there should be communication and collaboration and also initiation to implementation. And these are the partners which we work with. Thank you for listening. Apologies, I went slightly over time. Hello?
Fantastic. Thanks very much for a very interesting talk. So I think now we are kind of like, towards the end of this session. So now I would like to invite all the panelists to join back, and then we can have probably a few minutes of discussion around this topic. So let's see how many questions we got. So yeah, there are like, some questions directly towards Tim and, how can people using 3D printer? So you can see the question, Tim. Do you want to answer the question? From Andrew Bone.
Go first.
Sorry?
Did you say, shall I go first, did you say?
No, it's like, do you want to answer the question from Andrew? So how can we become part of Circular Plastic? I think at EcoBricks in Uganda, they have a quite similar project apparently there. So how can people join your project in terms of 3D?
Yeah, so so we've got the website. I think I've replied back in the chat, but yeah, circularplastic.co is the website, and basically, yeah, or email me at t.whitehead@aston.ac.uk. Yeah, we're very keen for kind of partners or anybody who wants to be involved. Yeah.
Fantastic. So Tim, I have one question myself. I mean, it's a fantastic project, really. It cannot get any more exciting, I think. So at the moment, what you guys doing is like, for, sort of like, different problems, you kind of use this 3D printing and plastic base, and then you find these sort of innovative solutions, right? So is there any plan in terms of like, taking this from, I think, relatively low technology readiness level to a higher technology readiness level, so that it can have like, I don't know, it become kind of, how to say, a scalable solution that you can like, how to say, sell, like, or employ people, so people can rely on this solution in terms of their employability and so on.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's a good point. And where we're actually looking at this, so what we found through this initial kind of study was that 3D printing is great, but it's some of the products that we're getting from there, we need other materials. So we actually need to move to kind of a multi-material, and using 3D printing as one of the tools within a bigger toolbox of stuff to make stuff. And 3D printing is good for some applications, but not others. So actually what we're really looking at is kind of making like little maker hubs, kind of like, freight workshops in freight container type thing, little maker spaces, and actually really trying to look at how that could be more applicable. So these could drop into a region that's potentially quite remote, but it would have the connectivity to then actually provide local solutions, and things like refugee camps are quite a good example of upskilling or making specific items. So yes, that's where we'd love to go. And I guess it's just, I think a lot of this is, isn't it? We've been talking about kind of education, building awareness. And I think there's a lot of that in here as well, is in not just making products, obviously circular economy, but also like the STEM education, the engineering, the able to make stuff for yourself.
Absolutely.
With the tools you have to hand. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. So I encourage everyone, whoever has questions, to post their question. The next question, I think it will be direct to Patrick and the Chatham House. So you did mention the sort of global trade of plastic waste, right? So at the moment, what we know is that like Africa is not necessarily a hub for plastic export of plastic from other countries, right? So do you see this from the point of view of your analysis of like, you know, what are the technologies available, the possibility to generate, you know, impact and value from this plastic waste, et cetera, et cetera? Do you see, you know, a growing, how to say, export of plastic to Africa as an opportunity or as a threat? And I think I need a little bit more clarification on what I exactly mean. So probably over a decade ago, when you're talking about like some countries in Southeast Asia, they saw this plastic waste, you know, import to their country as an opportunity. They say, well, we're gonna, you know, we are going to add value from the recycling of it, et cetera, et cetera. And then 10 years, over a decade later, what we realize is that it actually cost a lot to their environment because of, for example, some people got like a license to import the plastic and said that, well, we're gonna, you know, recycle them. But what happened in reality is that they just chuck it in the landfill, and not like, you know, a sort of health and safety certified landfill, but just an illegal dump. And then you have the long-term problem of leaching of, you know, toxic material to the environment and so on. So what do you think the situation in Africa will be if, you know, if there's going to be more import?
Yes, very difficult question or complex question. So what we see internationally is with the amendment of the Basel Convention, actually. So on that level, there's a tightening of regulations on how plastics can be shipped internationally. So from that level, it's becoming more difficult. So, I mean, I think one reason why Africa hasn't been a major destination in the past, as some people have said, the reason why China became one was because there were a lot of goods being shipped from China to Europe to the US, and then there was lots of container space, which was basically free, and people thought about what can we do, and then it turned out that shipping plastic was a viable economic solution to fill that container space. But what's happened over the years, I think China realized that it only makes sense if you get high-grade plastics. And I think what increasingly happened was that plastic waste was contaminated or low-grade packaging, which couldn't be recycled and had then to be dumped, etc. Which I think has then led to the decision of banning the imports of plastic waste. And then what I think has then happened over the last couple of years, that a lot of the companies which have engaged in that trade then relocated to Southeast Asia. So I think it's often the same, maybe the same operators, but they have changed the location to a different jurisdiction. And then we've seen the reports or the documentaries that have been shown here on the BBC, the plastic waste in Malaysia. So, well, some people say it's an opportunity for local recycling industries to develop, and I'm a little bit more skeptical. I'd rather see plastic being collected and recycled locally rather than shipping it internationally. That's and I think overall regulation will go towards that that way. But it's a difficult issue to solve. And for example, we need to build recycling capacity. I mean, we need to build recycling capacity also in Europe and other places, not only in Africa. It's overall an issue.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for the response. So I think we have 2 more minutes, and if I want to ask one question, I mean, feel free, anyone on the panel as well, if they have any question, they can ask. My next question will be direct to Kotume. So we talk about, I mean, that was a very, very, I think, important topic that you talked about, and this is like gender equality when it comes to, dealing with plastic waste in Africa. What do you see as sort of how can we use digital innovation address this, or to kind of like, close this gap of like, gender equality in dealing with the plastic waste? I mean, if we want to, what would be our immediate kind of solution to this, or immediate like field of research to address this, in your opinion, from your research?
I think it would be a question of, first of all, awareness, and then second, awareness from policymakers that helps to ensure that there is an understanding of the importance of technologies in order to sort of reduce the gender gap when it comes to the circular plastic economy. The reason why I say this is because technology is going to be very much used in meeting plastic waste. And if women, for instance, are left behind, do not necessarily understand the importance of the use of technologies, and perhaps not necessarily not understanding, but not having the capacity to be able to afford, access, and then know about these new and emerging technologies, then it's going to be very, very difficult, because as I indicated in the presentation, women are main pickers of these particular plastics. So it just makes more sense for them to be able to engage much more effectively with the use of digital innovation.
So, okay, thanks very much for the response. Just conscious of time, so I think we are at the end of this session. Is there any question from our panelists? Is there anyone having any question from the others?
I mean, beyond the point that Dr. Kutuma has mentioned, I would say that it's been very obvious gender gap in terms of from the research area. Many of this research area, I haven't done any research within Africa, but I have done a number of research within countries in South America. And there's a lot of disparity in terms of male to female. So trying to attract females to that area, to that field, would be very, very key, so that the ideas can come around in whatever we're trying to embed. So for instance, within a male and female use of mobile phone, for instance, I'm sure there will be a different usage statistics. And we can't know if we may not know if it's just been led by the male gender.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And I think Tim is, as he mentioned, like you need to like tackle this stuff in the STEM level, when they are very kid, try to motivate them that, okay, you guys can be the sort of like the derivers of this digital innovation, so that it kind of like address the needs for both gender and so on. I think this early education is probably the most important thing that we often forget about their importance, and in terms of like addressing such questions. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, so if there is no other discussion, I would like to thank all of the presenters. It was like really diverse, very useful presentations, and I would like to thank all the listeners as well. So I think we have like a half an hour break now until our next session. So thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in and listening to our conversation. Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Shuruz, and thanks OK team and Kutuma, as well as Sharma, for really insightful presentation, and Patrick, of course, as well, for those great insights that you have offered. We are right in time, so thanks, Shuruz, for that. And we now go into what we call the co-creation labs.
Fantastic.
I'm sure we still have about 50 people in the room. Okay, 45 now. We were more than 80 at some point, which is great. And I think what we just want to do now is then give an opportunity for this excellent team of speakers to interact with the participants in smaller groups, and then come up with very specific ideas that they think can help to drive forward the agenda for the circular plastic economy in Africa. I've highlighted a few key areas, and fairly broadly and deliberately so as to give that latitude and space for the small groups to come up with their own thoughts and ideas. There have been issues that came up in the course of the discussion we have across the two sessions on the need for education, the need to raise awareness, to really get every whole broad spectrum of stakeholders, citizens and groups and businesses to come on board the train of the circular plastic economy. So I think that would be one of the items on the agenda for the small groups. In what ways, in what specific and practical ways can these be achieved better than what we have now? The education and the awareness agenda. In what practical ways? Maybe some of the participants and panelists can share further thoughts about some of the things they've done or some of the work they've been involved with. The other second point is about the need to work with governments. So, I mean, there have been a lot of comments, coming across about how, policy is behind in terms of this drive towards the circular plastic economy. There's a lot of activity among industry actors like the National Recyclers Association of Nigeria that we heard about earlier, in Namibia and Zambia, in many of these countries. Well, it looks like policy is playing a catch-up. So in what practical ways can this be accelerated to get government on board? Because you still need these regulatory, policy, incentives in order to drive the circular plastic economy. So I think, so that will be the second item about how can we work better with government to drive this agenda in terms of policy, in terms of synergy between industry, academia, and the government, what is often called the triple helix approach of collaboration. And the third one is related, is about scaling up. How can we scale up? So there's a lot of startup organizations, there's a lot of activities happening, and some are making really great progress in terms of expanding. But scaling up is still a big agenda. So what ways can we, what ideas can we deploy to move this forward? So I would ask our tech team will be doing a breakout now into maybe just about 10, maximum of about 10 in each group, so that there can be room for people to talk, really. I think that would be really helpful. Average of 10 in each group, with some panelists, a mix of panelists and participants alike. So I think, and so at the end, what we expect is that there will be a spokesperson for each of the groups, and so we're going to take maybe about 15 minutes or so, 15 minutes for this, so that at the end we can have a 2 minutes feedback from each of the groups about the ideas that they've come up with. But before that, there's a short video clip that will sort of set the agenda. It's slightly provocative, but it's just the way it is. We cannot bury our heads in the sand about these things. So there's a short video clip, and after this, you're going to be asked to join a breakout room, and this is going to carry on for just 15 minutes. So, and there will be a spokesperson for the group to speak for just 2 minutes only, to tell us, to give us a summary of the ideas that you've come up with in your group. Over to the tech guys.
Yep, I'm reporting live from the Sakomono Beach in Accra on the 24th day of April, Saturday 2021, where we have the fisher folks coming right from fishing, where their net could not get even one tray of fish, but rather catching huge sums of plastics on their net, which can be seen here. Today, Saturday, on the 24th day of 2021. It is indeed a pity to see such a challenge that our fisher folks go through, where today they go to sea and they find nothing but plastics. So it is indeed an important call on various governments in our sub-region to take a very, very serious attention to the plastic pollution in the shores of Africa, particularly the Guinea Current region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We have had a bit of some technical issues there. Because of time, we came to just keep to the time and structure of the conference. So rather than going into breakout rooms, I think we're just going to stick around in this main room. But then there will be opportunity for both panelists and attendees to speak to this issue about, what are the practical ways in which we can move this agenda forward in terms of education and awareness, in terms of working with government across the continent, and in terms of scaling up, these exciting ideas and innovation. So please, if you have any thoughts, we're going to stick around in this main room, as well as the chat. You can use the chat as well. And Tracy and some of our colleagues will be helping to compile these ideas as coming from this session. Okay, so please, if you want to contribute to any of these items in any particular order, you can please indicate by raising your hand and then unmuting yourself to speak. So this is about practical ideas and ways. Or people may want to share some of the things they've been involved with that have not been mentioned. Okay, thank you. That is Chifungo. Yes, you can unmute yourself and yeah, you're home. And I will come back then afterwards to Dr. Okay. Chifungo, you're home.
Thanks, Dr. Kolade. I will just share a little bit about, I think, raising awareness. What we have experienced really is there's need to get on the ground, especially when it comes to new digital tools. We found that a lot of the processes are still manual, as many of the speakers highlighted throughout the course of the day. And the people with first contact to materials when it comes to recovery, majority low-income earners. And while some may have access to smartphones which can access the web and also install mobile apps, the majority do not have. One of the challenges we face with those who have smartphones is the cost of data. And so one of the ways we're dealing with that challenge is encouraging the sharing of these tools. So mostly these groups, these reclaimers actually work in groups. And if you can have one or two in a group of 20 who has a smartphone, that then becomes kind of like the layer which connects those who might not necessarily have access to these digital tools. We also found that it's important to also look at offline channels like SMS, which are much more affordable, and kind of trying to replicate the same experience one would get on a web or smartphone app in a kind of offline setup, and also looking at things like USSD for that purpose. But overall, I think having people on the ground helping onboard these users first time and getting them to appreciate the value that is delivered to them once they migrate to a digital tool kind of builds that relationship and also confidence that the people we're trying to encourage to use these tools have in those of us who are actually advocating for the use of these tools. So I guess I'll end there on that comment. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Fungo. I suppose what I'm picking from there is the need to do more groundwork, footwork on the ground, interacting directly with people in order to be able to move this forward, and not just relying on the people just connecting online or through virtual digital platform. You need that, but you also need to do more direct work on the ground. Yes. Thank you for that. There's Okechukwu. Yeah, you're on. You can please unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah, I just was reflecting back at some of the experience I've had here in the UK. And looking back I watched the video which was shared. I think it was very provocative, but it's actually the reality on the ground. And I was wondering how the plastics got there. Now, one thing which we use quite a lot in terms of manufacturing here in the in circular economy transition is to try and embed sensors into manufacturing products to see how we can track the product life cycle once it's within once it's being built, in service with the consumer, and also going back to wherever it's going through that recycling, remanufacturing, reuse, and all that. And with that, we can then begin to then see what area of this loop needs more circular intervention. What area can be can be improved. How can we track this product much better? And if we then put that within the plastic context, I think the previous speaker made a very good mention of the collaboration between, first of all, one thing that has improved collaboration, CE research in Europe is actually the industry and university partnership. We do a lot of research together, and that's how we the results are quite real time, as it were. So that is something that one would suggest should go on within Africa. Secondly, as well, I know this is where we have this Ditch Plastic conference and also the Ditch Plastic network. But it's important that academics within Africa begin to share these research questions from their side, and it shouldn't just come from here, because of I would say that bringing the research questions, sharing it within a diverse panel, one can begin to seek a final. I can help you answer that particular question. We can try and put sensors in the plastic and see how we can trace if this plastic will go here. From Amsterdam, for instance, get to the Atlantic in Lagos in Ghana, and or we can say we can see much of this plastic waste comes from this particular region, this particular country. Can we begin to collect data from the users in this particular country and see how they feel towards hearing that their product end up at the shores of the Atlantic in Africa, that sort of thing. So that kind of that's the groundwork I think that needs to be done. And with that, you can then begin to get real data, and then you can begin to have act on solutions that are actionable solutions that come from the ground. So this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, this is really interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Dr. Okechukwu. There's a comment here now on the chat. That is from Colin. I imagine this is Colin Akumabo. Can you bring him on or bring them on to speak, if possible? Yes. Colin, you're on. Can you elaborate a bit more on your comments in the chat?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kolade. Very great presentation by all the panelists. I'm very happy to be here. So Robo Foundation, we're a nonprofit, and we're in partnership with Project ECHO to democratize knowledge globally. And our current project is working on the environment. We tagged it Environment Echo because we identified that issues regarding the environment seem to be neglected. So we want to kind of mentor people, communities, starting from schools and different communities, government stakeholders, on the issues about the environment that need to be addressed. So top of the list is recycling, and I'm very happy to be part of this forum, and hopefully we can collaborate and rub minds on how to make these sessions to be very fruitful.
Thanks so much, Colin. So is this an inaugural session, this telementoring session you're running, or?
Yes, it's inaugural. We've been planning for the past couple of months. So we're just about to launch.
Oh, okay, so you've run some session before.
Yes, we have, and other health topics, but now we want to face the environment.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that sounds really very interesting and great idea, and I'm sure there will be a number of participants and panelists here who will be interested in your work. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from any of the other panelists? So I was going to ask them while we're waiting for others who might want to speak. I think one of the things about these digital platforms is that they operate as multi-sided platforms, and in order to really scale them up, you need to also enable users to be users as well as developers. What I mean. So I wonder if any of the digital innovators here can speak to what are your user engagement strategies, and what has been your experience in terms of growing your platform for those who have had their platform for more than a year. Are there any insights you might want to share with regard to upscaling that maybe innovators in other countries can draw ideas and insights from in terms of growing the platform through user engagement, to really enabling users to also be co-creators and developers? Any thoughts from any of the digital innovators on this? Okay, is that a new hand, Chifungo?
Yes, it is.
Or is there not a new one? Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, so I think Dr. Timothy must have mentioned this. The value of plastic just for resale really doesn't fetch much. And what we've learned is you're lucky if you could maybe get like 1.5 times value out of it when you reintroduce it into the value chain. But we see 3D printing as being one of those solutions that could actually help us maximize the value we extract from the plastic waste. So if you take a look, a lot of the consumer electronics, a lot of imports, for example, solar lamps, these are mainly covered in plastic. When you look at batteries, imported battery sets, these are mainly covered in plastic. And when we did our work last year on solar e-waste and also plastic packaging that goes to that. We found that there's a significant value that plastic is. So the electronics are actually just minor. A lot of the value goes to the plastic casing, a lot of the value to the shipping and the distribution. But you see that if you actually replace the plastic casing for a damaged solar lamp, you can actually push the value of that plastic by 100 times. So we see so many other unique products that are in demand on the local African market that could add 50, 100 times value, or even more to plastic through 3D printing, simply for the fact that it allows you to easily change the shape of the object you want to come out with. And then you can have multiple applications. For example, water filters in rural communities. Water pumps are in demand, whether in rural, urban communities. So these are high value products. So a kilo of plastic that you could only sell for, say, $1 or $2. If you actually convert it into a water filter, for example, you can see that there's this exponential jump in value. So I just wanted to share an insight on that. With the ability to be able to manufacture locally with a very minimal space and low power usage, we think that this is one of the ways distributed manufacturing coupled with material recovery could actually play a much more greater role within local communities, especially African communities, including the farming communities that are so. If they could make their nets from that plastic, that would be great. And that is somewhat very possible with new technologies such as additive manufacturing and the like.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ifungu. Thank you very much indeed. We have just a few minutes before the end of this session, but I mean, there was something that Tim was saying that I found quite interesting. He mentioned, is Tim still here? Tim Whitehead? I can't see Tim. It seems he's no longer here. Right, okay. But it was really interesting to hear about some products that were made, the microscope in Kenya that was cheaper than the equivalent in terms of functionality and value. And so one of the questions around 3D printing is to really explore more about, what is the economic argument, the economic business model for that, because you still need, energy. Of course, it is not based on the economies of scale. It works more on the economies of one. So it will be interesting to explore a bit more about the profitability angle of implementing 3D printing on the continent. Okay, right. I think we will be coming now to the end of this session. I'm sure there will be opportunities for further interactions at the end. So we have more opportunities and time for Q&A at the end. We're going to be compiling some of these ideas and insights that have come from participants as well as panelists, in the course of the day. But I just want to say once again, thank you all for your contributions, for your insight. We will now be moving on to the next session, which is on the practitioner and policy perspectives. And this is really, really, really interesting because we have presenters from a whole range of backgrounds. And I will just hand over now to my colleague, Dr. Patrick Schroeder from Chatham House, who will be chairing this final session. Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Yes, thank you now for joining us for this final session. And we have 3 distinguished speakers with us. And we will start with Dr. Sunday Leonard, who's a program officer with the United Nations Environment Programme, and he will talk to us about enabling the transition to a circular plastic economy, the perspective of multilateral agency. Then after this, we go over to Bosun Tijani, who's the CEO of Co-Creation Hub Lagos. And Bosun will talk about practitioner reflections on digital innovation ecosystem for the circular plastic economy. And then we conclude with a keynote or endnote speech by His Excellency Ambassador Ayoola Olukani. He's the Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. And we will hear from him the reflections on the implementation of a national policy on plastic waste management. So please stay with us. This is highly interesting. Should be many interesting insights of what's going to happen also forward in terms of the policy, which is really relevant for businesses and entrepreneurs operating in the space. And I think without further ado, I'll hand over to Sunday. The floor is yours. Please go ahead. Sunday, please unmute yourself. That's it.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good. Thank you very much, Patrick. I'm just trying to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, the screen's showing.
Excellent. So thank you so much for the invitation to this very interesting workshop. I've been trying to listen in and out because it's morning here in Washington, D.C., and so much very useful insight has been shared. And I believe a lot of things that I would like to say, many of them have been said by other presenters, but I will just try to basically provide some discussion points on what we need to put in place to be able to transition to a circular plastic economy. And I think it's also very important to also say that what I'm going to discuss is not only relevant to plastic in the circular economy, but also as we seek to transition to circular economy in all economic sectors. This is one area that I've been working on recently. I work with the Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel to the Global Environment Facility, which is hosted by United Nations Environment Programme in Washington, D.C. The Global Environment Facility is a partnership between countries to provide funds to developing countries to be able to implement environmental projects, and it's hosted at the World Bank. And part of the things I do is to review projects, to look at projects and provide scientific or technical advice on how to improve projects, as well as also develop reports. And one of the reports I've worked on was on plastic and the circular economy, and then another one which is actually looking more broadly into circular economy and climate change mitigation. So most of the points I'm going to make is relevant to the whole idea of transitioning to a circular economy, which I believe strongly, if we want to meet most of the challenges that we face, either environmentally or socioeconomically today, I think that's one of the levers we have to move or transition to a more sustainable development. So, and I won't spend so much time on my initial first and second slides, because as I said, a lot has been said. We currently most work in a linear economy, either for plastic or different products that we have. And in our linear economy, we use things and we believe that at the end of their life, that should be it. But of course, nature abhors vacuum. So in a linear economy, where we do not consider the end of life of products, the waste material will find a place to locate themselves. Unfortunately, because we do not incorporate their final destination into design, waste will always end up where we don't want them. And that's the major problem that we have today. So we have waste contaminating terrestrial environment. Plastic particularly contributes a lot to climate change, and is projected to contribute even more by 2050 if we don't transition from our current model of economy. And of course, we've also seen plastic in organisms where we don't expect them to be found, in marine organisms and so on. And the goal is to transition to a circular economy in which we make sure that our products continue to circulate within our economy. So I mentioned earlier on that I worked on a report on plastic and the circular economy in 2018, and this is one report that we produced to advise the GEF on how it should respond to the challenge of plastic pollution in its work program. So, and since then, the GEF has started implementing projects on circular economy, and this chart shows what we expect as a typical plastic circular economy, what it should look like. The idea is to use alternative feedstock, most likely, if possible, biological biomass to produce plastic, and less from fossil fuel. And then, importantly, most of the time when we talk about circular economy, people think in terms of recycling. Yes, recycling is part of the circular economy, but it's actually not the beginning. It's not the starting point. The starting point is for us to actually look at our source, our feedstock. What is our feedstocks? Are they renewable? Are they regenerative? But beyond that also is to redesign how we produce plastic. For example, when we think about recycling, for us to be able to recycle, one of the strategies that will help us be able to recycle is when we design plastic to be easily recycled. So one of the challenges we have in recycling plastic is because chemicals that are harmful to the environment or harmful to humans are included in plastic as additives. Because of that, it makes it difficult to be able to recycle them. But if we redesign plastic such that we eliminate those hazardous waste and hazardous materials out of plastic, it makes it much, much easier to recycle them. And then our production should focus only on what is needed. So, and that is where some of the bans that we are seeing in Africa and other places in the world, ban on single-use plastic, comes in. We want to only produce plastic that are needed. Plastic is an essential material. So sometimes it looks, when we talk about plastic, especially from the policymakers' perspective, it looks as if, or for, let me say, we that are advising policymakers, it looks as if we're attacking the plastic industry. But the truth is, plastic is an essential material. Plastic has helped us to transition or make life much, much easier. So it's not as if plastic is not useful. The challenge is, are we producing because it's cheap to produce? Are we producing what we don't need? Or are we ignoring more sustainable alternatives because it is much, much easier to produce plastic? So we want to produce only plastics that are needed. And also we want to come up with business models that will allow consumers to use plastic in a sustainable manner. Once we're able to put this together, it makes it easier for us to then move plastic within the economy and transition and reduce the environmental impact associated with plastic. Now, what are the barriers to achieving a plastic circular economy, which is something we have been looking at within the United Nations, providing advice to countries. And in doing that, we discovered that one of the areas, so I'll classify the barriers into 4 different categories. The first one is technology and capacity. A lot has been said in the few sessions that I joined on the lack of data, which for any transition to circular economy, you need relevant data on what materials is going into the economy, what materials is ending up as waste, how do we capture them? Then, of course, we also need standards. If we will be able to recycle plastic or capture them or reuse them or upgrade their value, then there must be standard that is agreed globally, regionally, for us to be able to share waste and use them for beneficial uses. Then, of course, we need to build adequate capacity to build circular business model. We need access to technology for circular economy. And it's impressive, a lot of technology that has been discussed today. In fact, I will admit that I didn't know most of those technologies exist already in Africa. So that's good news, but we need to scale up those technology. Poor expertise, and then the challenge to scaling up circular solution. Then in terms of regulation, which is very important, to transition to any form of circular economy, is that we need regulations that are not obstructive, regulations that actually catalyze, that helps to move to the circular economy. And then currently, most of our regulations actually doesn't account for the negative externalities of non-plastic non-circular products. One of the reasons why we're able to continue to produce plastic at less expensive prices because of the subsidy that we have for oil and gas that makes it cheaper to be able to produce plastic. So we don't account for the negative impact of those production on the economy. And then, of course, most policies currently do not prioritize circular economy. Things are changing now, but we need more to be done. And then, of course, very important, especially in the context of Africa, is the fact that informal sectors and smallholders deals with a lot of the plastics that we are talking about, but some of our economy do not recognize the informal sector. And if we don't recognize them, it becomes difficult for us to be able to push policies to support them or to aid their work. And then in terms of economy and finance is also the challenge, the upfront cost of investment. So if we want to transition to a circular economy, then we need to put in more investment or a fresh investment for circular materials. So for example, a lot has been said about 3D today, but how do we come up with 3D? We need to invest in invest in infrastructure. And this high cost of early on infrastructure makes it difficult for such businesses to be able to start in the first place. And then coupled to this is the fact that it might take a long time to break even. Once you start such businesses, and of course, most investors want return on their investment as soon as possible. So that makes it more challenging. Of course, I also mentioned earlier on in terms of perverse incentives, economic incentives for virgin materials, which makes it more difficult for circular products to compete with non-circular products. Then, of course, there's limited funding and reluctance to invest in circular approaches. And then, of course, as I said earlier on, small businesses, medium-scale businesses are significantly involved in circular economy or plastic, especially in developing countries. And many of them are not credit-worthy enough to be able to access the funds or finances for implementing their businesses. And then, very important, most of the time we just talk about societal and cultural aspect, and we just talk about it quickly and just gloss over it. But this is a very important barrier to transition to circular economy in any economic sector, because whatever material we are going to produce through circular economy, it is going to be successful only if consumers are willing to take in those materials. But our corporate, individual or government system, are they designed to actually encourage a circular economy? So, for example, in procurement, government can play a significant role in pursuing circular procurement. Businesses currently are not aligned to circular business models. And then, for circular economy to be successful, we need businesses to collaborate. And most of the time, businesses are not willing to collaborate because they're actually in competition with each other. And then, of course, at the individual level, we are always thinking of our personal convenience. So, and apart from personal convenience, we also want to, once we transition to the middle class or we have more funds, the idea is to consume more. And that is contrary to the ideology of circular economy. The idea is to own materials, and the circular economy business model actually encourages us not to own, but to actually pay for the function of a material and then allow the owners, the producer to take responsibility for those materials. So those are some of the barriers that we have: cultural and societal barrier, lack of consumer interest, and lack of awareness. And apart from that, it's also the language barrier. So the local person, they don't understand what we mean by circular economy. And it is very important that we start communicating in a language that is understandable to them. This point was actually made at a workshop that I organized in January on circular economy for climate change. And one of the experts from Kenya emphasized the fact that language barrier is a major issue. Now, the core of my talk is, what are the enabling conditions? And I use this slide using the Archimedes lever when he said, give me a place to stand and I will move the earth. Basically, we need to have the relevant leverage points to be able to address the barriers that I've highlighted. So if we want to transition, then we need to put in some enabling conditions, some enabling leverage points that from which we can address the challenge of circular economy. And these leverage points I will highlight across the 4 barriers that I've mentioned. So to address the leverage points for technology and capacity, we need to build first rigorous scientific basis. I'm quite impressed with many of the points that have been raised, especially in the last session, showing the analysis or research work that are going into it, because we need rigorous science for us to be able to transition to a circular economy. So it's very important to build rigorous science. And I think added to this, especially in the context of Africa, is the need to also bring out the science to make it available outside. I think that I'm happy that at the end of this conference, there's a plan to publish a book out of this, because we need the research coming out of Africa to be available. That's one of the things I struggle with whenever I'm developing a report to advise countries, is the fact that it's always difficult to get the relevant information in terms of what is happening in Africa. It's better in Asia, but in Africa, it's always a challenge. Things are getting better, but we need to improve that. And coupled to that is the need to improve data and to track. So we need to put in the conditions, the enabling conditions for this to be able to happen. And then also important is the technology and knowledge transfer. So much has been said about what is available, what is already happening in Africa. We need this knowledge, this technology to be transferred and to overcome all the challenges of sharing knowledge with each other. And in this context, most of the time when we talk about technology transfer, especially from the multilateral or UN agency perspective, people think in terms of knowledge transfer between developed countries and developing countries. But as we have seen, a lot is already happening in developing countries. There work on producing plastic from bio-waste. In one of the discussions today, I saw someone talking about using banana leaves for plastic. In Philippines, waste from pineapple is being used in textile. So many of this is happening. We need South-South cooperation. We need developing countries to communicate with each other and transfer the knowledge, because most of the time, the conditions or the context of those countries are similar. So it makes it much, much easier for them to interact with each other. And then, of course, we need to put in standards. I see that my time is fast spent, so I'm going to rush through the rest. So regulatory enabling conditions. One is that most of the time, the solutions to circular economy, people will not adopt those solutions mainly because it will help the environment, or maybe it will improve climate change. Most of the time, people want to see the socioeconomic benefits that it provides to them. And circular economy will always produce multiple benefits. So it is important that regulations are aligned to socioeconomic priorities. That's one of the things that will encourage people to actually embrace circular economy. Then put in supportive legislation and policies, and then strengthen institutions to be able to implement or work on circular solutions. And then in terms of economic, we need to align our economic and financial incentives to support the transition to circular economy. We need to supportive trade policies, because circular economy will involve trading in waste, sharing materials, and we need trade policies that allow us cross-border trade policies within regions, within countries, to be able to implement circular solutions. And then improve financial access for small-scale businesses and support small businesses and the informal sector. And I purposely put the societal and cultural enabling conditions as at the end of the lever, because I believe this is one of the factors that will help us really transition. One is education and awareness raising among businesses, individuals. For example, when individuals are aware and they demand for circular products or circular plastic, then it makes it much, much easier for businesses to see that there is possibility for them to achieve a return on investment, and then encourage them to work together. Also, we need effective stakeholder engagement. Circular economy is a system thinking perspective solution that brings in different elements, and we need all the stakeholders involved, everybody that is going to be impacted, to come to work together, to speak together, to develop or to transition to a circular economy. And then the last point under this is to make sure that our solution consider the society. And I mean here just transition to a circular economy, because although circular economy has been shown to that it will lead to job creation, but some people are going to lose their job. For example, people involved in mining, or people involved in producing materials from producing products from virgin materials might lose their job. So in developing a transition to a circular economy, either at the company level or at the country level, it is important to put in place ways to make sure that the transition to a circular economy is just, and that people are not impacted, because that is only when society will embrace it. If the transition is not just, people will push back on the circular economy. So those are the enabling conditions, example of enabling conditions that we need to put in place to be able to transition to a circular economy. My last slide basically highlights examples of digital implementation of circular economy, the role it can play in enabling these conditions. But I'm not going to talk much about it, because a lot has been said on digital transition to a circular economy and application of digital technologies like blockchain, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, all of this. In fact, I was looking at a publication that shows how social media was used to generate data on the impact of plastic in the Philippines. So many of this is already being implemented, and we just need to scale them up. So thank you very much, and I look forward to this discussion as we progress.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That was very, very insightful. I was worried when you showed this slide with the 23 barriers, but then I felt a lot better on the following slide because there are solutions to all of these, and it was great to show how actually that could work to make this happen. Let's move over then to Boson. The floor is yours. Boson, are you there?
Oh yes, sorry.
You are, great. Okay.
Sorry, I'm here. So let me share my screen. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope there's still a few people left. It's been an extremely exciting day, telling from all the fantastic sessions. I think what I'm going to try to do today is probably try to tie it all up, because this it's been an exciting conversation on circular economy, particularly in Africa. But I guess, as we all know, with everything new and exciting, is the need to be more thorough around the capacity that is required, to make this happen. So my presentation today is going to be talking to the digital innovation ecosystem on the African continent, with an attempt to try and use that to explain how we can sort of leverage the emerging innovation ecosystem on the continent to drive progress within the circular plastic economy on the continent as well. For those who may be following, what is happening on the African continent, you probably see that there's a serious and growing interest in using digital transformation to scale some of the critical sectors of economies across the continent. And the thinking here is that, as the economists will say, without technical efficiency, you cannot produce real growth or superior outcome, whether it's within a business or within any economy. You can trace this all the way back to the Cobb-Douglas theory on growth. And I think this is becoming more obvious because of the kind of technologies that we have today. We've seen application of science and technology in growing societies throughout the different revolutions that we've been through. But I think this particular stage we're in is quite critical because of the shape of the kind of technologies we have. The ability to leapfrog development across critical sectors is quite well documented and strong as well. The opportunity they give us to connect humans to humans, or connect humans to machine, or machines to machine, but also the opportunity for us to process data as well at a scale that we've never been able to before. This is now making it possible for so many things to happen, and Africa is not late. Well, we're not a latecomer to that. I think there's significant adoptions that we're seeing in terms of how to use digital technology, but also technology and science more generally to leapfrog development. You can already see this in a number of critical sectors in agriculture. You see really smart startups doing exciting things across the continent, in public health, in manufacturing or infrastructure, but also in things like even logistics as well. Technology is beginning to drive significant progress. But for that to happen, there's a need for a strong innovation systems, which some people may call innovation ecosystem, depending on where you're coming from. And the traditional thinking within the development space, but also the academic space around this, is typically situated within what you would call the national innovation system, which requires that you have a strong combination of organizations and institutions coming together to help to build a capacity, but also strengthen the ability of innovation to happen in any society. So people will tell you, as most people on the call are from academic institutions, that research institutions are a major part of that. Universities play a significant role in the capacity of society to innovate. Industries have roles to play, whether it's private organizations or large, small scale businesses, but also investors as well do have a significant role to play. But in Africa, we're seeing a different kind of innovation ecosystem. For those who know, and what is, because we don't have the luxury, on the continent to leapfrog development across all the critical elements of what you expect in an innovation ecosystem. You find that what we're seeing on the continent are what you may call technology hubs or intermediaries. These are organizations in different parts of the continent that are beginning to drive and encourage innovation. And these organizations, for those who have been following, you see them also playing a major role in the circular plastic economy. One of the well-known startups that has been talked about a lot in different examples used in presentation here was incubated by CCOB, which is the organization that I work for instance. And I think there's another organization on this list who is also a partner in this project as well. So you're seeing these organizations supporting the application of technology, but also creative ideas in solving problems that are critical to the African continent, which means that the shape of the innovation systems and ecosystem you're seeing on the continent is different from the typical one you find in pretty much well-established economies. But also even those economies are beginning to change as well. And this is why some work in the work that we do, we've actually proposed that Africa should be thinking more towards what we call the network approach to innovation ecosystem, which is saying, as against waiting until we have all the different critical elements of the traditional innovation systems, that we can use a network approach to leapfrog development, but also to leapfrog the introduction of innovation in solving critical issues in our society. And as you can see today, even within the circular plastic economy, it's still it's an emerging area, an emerging kind of conversation on the African continent. If you want to wait for all the traditional innovation ecosystem to be able to support development within the circular plastic economy, it's going to take us a long time before the policy will catch up, before universities will catch up. But what we're seeing today is that through the application of network, we can unlock opportunities and relationships with the likes of, De Montfort University, Aston University, Warwick, the sort of Chatham House, folks who are part of this project, for instance, and their thinking and know-how can come into how we start to think of, stimulating innovation within the circular plastic economy in Africa. And this is the same thing you find in so many other sectors as well. And this has been driven by the fact that knowledge in the world we live in today is really located in a web of relationships. It's no longer the case that you have to go to particular places before you can access knowledge. If you're part of a significant network, you can unlock the sort of knowledge that typically will be difficult for you to unlock. But also knowledge today is transmitted more within networks. It's not something that is exclusive to, say, a unique academic institution. We all know how innovation is now more open as against being closed, so you don't have to be part of a special research and development lab to have access to knowledge. There are certain networks that you can become and be part of, and you begin to gain significant access to knowledge. Team presented this project, which is focused on, creating extruders and making filaments, 3D printed filament locally in Africa, but also transferring the knowledge on how we can use things like that to start to meet some demands while also contributing to the circular plastic economy. Those kind of know-hows, they come from within network. But also more importantly, in this day and age, the rapid proliferation of information and knowledge as well. I don't have to now be a graduate of MIT to be able to participate in the world of innovation today. The information is now readily available. I think what is now scarce is the creative confidence to be able to apply information that we have access to today. And these are some of the reasons why this new thinking is justified and is being seen as the path to building a strong innovation ecosystem on the African continent. And we believe that it also provides the opportunity and path to collective prosperity. So not just for the continent alone, but countries and continents that we partner with, the allies that we're on the same journey for driving a better world. So this is why we walk around proposing something that is called the distributed innovation system as against national innovation system. And this is the thinking that we believe is now shaping how we think of building innovation capacity on the continent. We believe that this way of thinking will enable and strengthen the ability to form networks. If countries are more intentional, the kind of opportunities that we form within DICH network, whether UKRI is funding it or not, is something that should continue, because this sort of network would help to unlock the opportunities that we want to see. We also see thinkings of this sort would help to eliminate barriers to access to innovation, but also membership to who can participate in new thinking. Things like 3D printing, for instance, is not something that should be exclusive to certain countries, but when you're embedded in this sort of approach, you can easily access this modern technology and knowledge that you can use to leapfrog opportunities within this space. But ultimately as well, we think it provides that platform where everyone can mutually benefit. What's the implication of this for the circular plastic economy? I'm sure you will ask. And this is what it is. If you apply the same thinking around innovation systems, then you bring it down to the sectorial thinking around innovation systems, which is something, again, that is quite popular among development practitioners, but also academia within this space as well. You start to see that the trend we're seeing within the CPE space in Africa mirrors this kind of thinking, where you see that the bulk of people that are driving the activities that you can see so far, and even in the case of what we've done within this project, are more what you may call the actors and the networks. That is what is driving the growth and thinking around CPE at the minute, where you see a lot of actors, especially private sector organizations, startups, who are going out of their way to create new ideas and new approaches, but also new solutions to plastic waste management, but using it in such a way that they use it to create economic value. But you also see network as well, the circular economy network. You see even Ditch Plastic is an example. So you start to see more networks being formed to drive this agenda. And a lot of these things are coming even without the right policies in place. But even as we say that as well, you're seeing more institutions, and within institutions comes regulations and policy. Even though we're still catching up on that front, there's a whole lot of that are beginning to build on the African continent as well. So you start to see a strong innovation ecosystem around CP. But one last thing which I'd like to talk about, and I think is very relevant for the audience of this workshop, is actually the third part of the thinking around sectorial system of innovation, which is knowledge and technological domains. When you look at the progress so far, it is not very pronounced that the activities are being led by perhaps technological advancement on the continent. Of course, you can narrow some things down to the fact that there's penetration of internet, so access to information and ability to push information to people. But a great example was what Tim shared again around 3D printing. That's a perfect example of how we can demonstrate the real value of circular plastic economy on the continent. But the question is, what are we doing and which activities are we seeing that are driving the understanding and adoption of this technological and knowledge domain to create awareness? And how many much more of such can we inspire? And that's the question I would like to leave us with, to say, as we continue to see the growth of the innovation ecosystem, which is driving innovation generally on the continent, but also supporting the emergence of a strong circular plastic economy, that we continue to consider the role of knowledge and technological domains in actually driving real life applications of what we want to see in this area. I think I'll stop my presentation at this point and move it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Yes, great. Thank you very much, Bosun. That's very inspiring. Especially the leapfrogging idea. I think it's always important to keep that in mind. It's a real opportunity if we look at it from this perspective. And also, when you mention the open innovation networks or the distributed innovation system, I realized, so one of the goals is to close material loops. But actually, in terms of knowledge sharing and all of this has to be an open system, which cannot be closed small circles on knowledge, but it's important to share this information that is accessible and work together on the innovation. And that, yeah, this, you leading on this in your work, that's fantastic. Then now, last but not least, we have a final presentation for today. And I would like now to hand the floor to our final speaker, Ambassador Ayoola Oluokane. Please, the floor is yours. You can. I'm not sure if you have a PowerPoint or if you're speaking without, but you can share your screen and the floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello. There you are. Great.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, I feel highly honored and delighted for the opportunity and to be part of this discussion. Honestly speaking, I don't think I have any slides to share again. I think the issues has been extensively, discussed, and all various issues which we are supposed to have spoken about, of course, have been accurately covered by all participants. Just to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm indeed very glad that we are discussing this issue as far as the national, as far as the question of circular economy and plastic waste management and discussions on that. I have with me here. This is the national policy on plastic waste management. That's talking about Nigeria, which is an indication of the fact that Nigeria, of course, has also hopped on board. And I see that there are very many outfits who are here who are indeed on ground in terms of implementation, because there are three issues as far as these issues is concerned. Implementation, 1, 2, implementation, 3, implementation. Practical action is key and very important. I serve as the Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. And I think in all our discussion, I think this is one area we should look at properly. And I'm saying that against the background of NACIMA, for example, is composed of 51 chambers, city chambers, state chambers. We also, of course, have bilateral chambers. We also have over 300 corporate members, multinationals and all of this. And of course, over 30,000 members, enterprises who are part of the Chambers of Commerce. So what I'm saying at the end is that the Chambers of Commerce across Africa and other places are very, very veritable platform which we can use to push the whole idea and the whole proposal as far as the circular economy and management of plastic waste is concerned. I think that's one point I would like to. For example, in NACIMA, now we've started to try and put some things together. And of course, this particular engagement today has presented us with a lot of ideas which we can put into our own program of action agenda to push and educate our members as far as the plastic economy and circular, as far as the circular economy is concerned. And I'm saying this also against the background of my own experience. I was sharing during the test that I served 35 years in the Nigerian Foreign Service. I serve in three of the UN headquarters. I serve in the PAM mission, New York, of the UN. I serve in the permanent mission of Nigeria to UNEP and UN Habitat. I was acting PAM rep to UNEP. So that means I work closely with UNEP. And I also serve, of course, in the permanent mission in Vienna. And I was on ground in 1988 when the Brundtland report on the World Commission was presented by Mrs. Brundtland. And we know how abstract and issues of the environment was, how it was difficult when we were negotiating for the Rio Earth Summit. It was an international conference we were talking about before the developing countries said, no, we must tie the international conference, the Rio Earth Summit, to development issues. So that was why we ended up with the International Conference on Environment and Development. But the point I'm trying to make is, as somebody who was also involved in practical negotiations of a lot of this environment convention, it's a tough sell. It was essentially the cocoa waste that even won Nigeria up to it in terms of the Basel Convention. I was involved in the negotiation of the Basel Convention, and when I was in Nairobi, COP8 of the Basel was also held. It's always a tough thing. So we recognize the difficulties and challenges as far as pushing this issue, as far as the circular economy and plastic. And yet, it faces us in the reality. because the crises of our gutters, the crisis of flooding are all tied up to this. And that's why I'm saying that I would not want to say anything. I mean, the issues have been well debated. The ideas which we have, of course, come up with in this particular conference, please let us distill it, let us circulate it, so that the next challenge is that, like I said, implementation. And I was giving an example of what happened when I was in Nairobi, in Kenya. I was acting Palm Rep to UNEP and UN Habitat. We agreed, we signed an MOU with Jeff, the Global Environment Facility, to bring some of these issues to Nigeria. We looked at some of the thematic areas: climate change, land degradation, the whole question of CBD, and also a few other things. And I came in with the team from Jeff unit of UNEP to Abuja. And we invited everybody from across the federation, part of this. One, a lot of them did not even have any institutions as far as environmental issues are concerned. So it was new to them. So it was like we're talking about their head. Let's fast forward to this period. Things are changing. So we must encourage a lot of this at the national level, as well as the state level and local government. They need a component as far as the circular economy is concerned. Because when you even go to the most rural of the rural areas, you find all this plastic all over the place. You find a pure water sachet all over the place. So the respective states at the top national level, and of course across Africa, we need to let them have circular economy on their agenda at that level. It is key, it is very important. If not, a lot of discussions and proposals we are having is going to be just up there. And that's why I'm saying that let us also look at the chambers of commerce across Africa. How can we engage them, essentially? Because like I said, a case like Nigeria is key and very important because we are all over the country. It is one of the things which we intend to have the forthcoming annual general meeting of NACIMA and the new conference to include the whole question and issue of circular economy and the plastic. And when we package it in such a way that they can also benefit and have advantages in it, and then of course, it will be very, very useful. And like I said, we're chambers have come up with over 300 corporate companies. And some of our companies, we're trying to sell this idea to them. We have very many multinational people, Dangote, your food specialties, there's so many of them. The corporate members, it's also present an opportunity for us to. And like I said, honestly, I'm coming from the perspective of a practitioner, but not only that, since I also, my own master's thesis was on international environmental law, trends and evolution of the issues. And it was very interesting for me that I did this when I came back from New York after being part of the Rio Summit. And then of course, in preparation for, after my master's thesis, and I was lucky to be posted to Nairobi, Kenya, and I worked closely with UNEP. And of course, the whole debate, the discussion, international environmental governance, whether we should have the United Nations Environment Organization before we eventually settled for the UNEA, United Nations Environment Assembly. So I want to thank the organizers of this conference. This is a very, very good one. I want to thank Miwa and his team that indeed they've been able to do this in terms of bridging the gap between them. And of course, I think it was Dr. I don't know who did the last presentation. He spoke about a few things, the question of the barriers to circular economy. What are the barriers? The issue of language barrier, which is a major issue. I spoke about the enabled competition, leveling on regulatory conditions. Mention has always been made of tech and knowledge. And before I finish now, let me now say this. We need to work closely to see how we can help the SMEs, the MSMEs to be part of this initiative. And I'm sure somewhere along the line we've spoken about it. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the economy of most African countries, the SMEs is the heart of the matter. And that's why the SME should be a matter of the heart for us in terms of pushing the idea of circular economy. How can we package it? How can we help them in terms of accessing the technology which they can be able to use in terms of the production? Because if you push it to some people sometimes, they'll say, look, listen, COVID-19, we're still struggling with funds to come back. Now you are coming up with this environment and saying, look, listen, let us stand on our feet first. But we need to let them know that it is necessary. It is one of the strategic options for them to be able to stand back on their feet. And there's so much can be done, so much advantages as far as this is concerned. Having said that, let me reassure you of Nasima's support in terms of all of this, in terms of pushing the idea of circular economy, plastic management. We are a member of the National Committee as far as the national policy on plastic waste management is concerned. We're working with the Federal Ministry of Environment as far as this is concerned. And of course, we will see what we can do. Like I said, please let us remember how we can. For example, now at the level of FEWASI, at the sub-regional level, it is something which we also intend to push, because FEWASI is the Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And the whole idea and initiative of the management of plastic waste and a circular economy, it's also a very solid platform for us to be able to push this initiative. We'll continue to work at it to make sure that despite the fact that the difficulties are there, the barriers are there, I think what happened as far as climate change is concerned, and the question of them in which eventually people let a buy-in, will also have a buy-in as far as this is concerned in terms of this particular issue, circular economy. Once again, thank you very much. Like I said, I don't think it was necessary for me to share my screen or any other thing again. I just thought I should speak to it and that be on the side of implementation. And Nasima is ready, of course, to share our experiences and also help to sell this to our members. Once again, thank you very much to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your final remarks and sharing your expertise and your experience in the international system on these issues. It's absolutely vital to have your support, this high-level political support for the circular economy. It's very relevant to really get this to scale. And I very much agree with your point about the SMEs. They're the backbone of countries' economy, and they need to support to make it happen. And you also mentioned the pandemic. It's a difficult situation for SMEs and across the world, many countries. If we can use the recovery funds, which many governments are now allocating, also to help SMEs to make this shift towards more circularity, I think that could be an opportunity at this point. So again, thank you very much to you and all the other speakers. We do have some time left for discussion. If there's anyone who would like also to comment, or if you have any questions, you can post them in the Q&A box if you have any specific questions to any of the speakers. I'm looking at the chat as well. We have there's a discussion about the role of 3D printing, which is also which is interesting. This is Olufuntu Borofis. You posted this here. I was wondering if you'd like to take the microphone and comment.
Sure. Thank you for Dr. Patrick for that. I was just, I think I do have, and maybe just my own personal view, but I do have some concerns around the not just acceptability of products from 3D printing, but even just the costing around that is attached to it, and how do you then prevent knockoffs from China? In such a way where people can afford it. Those are the things that I, in my mind, I'm thinking about as I made those points. Because I feel like there's going to be a huge, especially in a country like, or continent like Africa, where energy is not cheap. How do you then justify the cost of whatever is produced, right? If it can't be produced en masse, and then how do you then also prevent those products not becoming knockoffs? I mean, those are just some of the things that was going on in my brain when I wrote that down. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing this. These are, some issues definitely we need to think through. So there have been some replies on this. I think this discussion will also continue in terms of innovation, which are the right technologies. So that's something really to look at. I was wondering, Ambassador, if I could ask you a question, because now 2021 is often talked about as a mega year for the environment. So we have the Biodiversity Summit coming up, originally planned for May, but now postponed to October, and then followed by the COP, the conference on climate change to take place in Glasgow in late November. What are your expectations for these events? How are you and Nigeria engaging at the moment?
Well, I think first let me say that generally, as far as, because Nigeria is concerned, we're fully there as far as the environment issues is concerned. A lot of awareness is coming, and I'm saying this against the background of my own experience. Like I said, it was the cocoa waste that pushed Nigeria into it. I was serving in the permanent mission of Nigeria to the UN when the cocoa waste was dumped in cocoa. The environment department, as far as our institution was concerned, was in a small little corner of Ministry of Works and Housing. So it was the cocoa waste that now led us to establish FEPA, Federal Environment Protection Agency. And then when we went to Rio, because it was part of the negotiations as far as Rio was concerned, and then we came back from Rio, we now have the Federal Ministry of Environment. So step by step, we've been onto it. And of course, we eventually, of course, moved in also as far as part of CITEM, for example, the strategic approach to international chemicals management. So steadily it is on, and we're looking forward to what we can get as far as some of these conferences. But like I said, as somebody who not only was involved in theoretical perspective, because my master's thesis was on international environmental law, as a diplomat in Nairobi, who also served to get most of these, implemented at a level, is always the issue. But I think Nigeria will continue to work on it. I serve, for example, as the vice president of FAID. FAID stands for Fight Against the large number of our countries. And what we've done in that particular area is to demonstrate the fact that it is possible for you to do these things, right? And that's why we're looking forward to what exactly is happening. But the challenge is always the question of one. And I think we need to develop a core of officers, a core of professional environment officers, not only in Nigeria, in Africa. Since I served in Nairobi in Kenya, we see delegations that for the UNEA. I work with delegation when it was used to be the UN Government Council. And they're always saying that, look, you people, we're still hungry. You're telling us to. So each time, and I can give the practical example of the Federal Ministry of Environment. I have colleagues who have retired from the ministry. I work with them, the director of the climate change unit. I work with the person who was in air pollution. I also work with the person who was in terms of the chemicals. I work with somebody who talked about the Minamata Convention. A lot of them have retired. Who are the people who are replacing them? Because that is one area that is key. Our national institution will still continue to be very relevant. We need to raise a core of officers, a core of professionals who will be taken care of, who will also, of course, be. SciChem, for example, which I work on, the strategic approach to international chemicals, I have an officer who is now in Geneva, who is on that place, who went from that. But unfortunately, the moment she left, how many people do we have in the ministry as far as the environment? So it is an area which we have to look at. So when we go to Glasgow, and when we come back from Glasgow, the national institution that will deal with this issue, who are going to mandate it? We will continue to work as an optimist, about this issue is concerned. The opportunity I have now as the Director General of the Nigerian Chambers of Commerce Industry Master also gives us the opportunity to be able to bring in our Chambers of Commerce, to be able to work with the private sector too as well, because we need to get most of them to recognize and buy into this. So the buy-in is one of the most important things. At 66, I'm also planning to very soon also maybe retire, looking at 70 very soon, so that I can play with my grandchildren. But we need people who will take over from us to continue what exactly the international environment, of course, will work on and hand over to respective countries to implement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those insights. You definitely don't look your age, but spending more time with your grandchildren is definitely more enjoyable than dealing with lots of multilateral issues. I was wondering if Sunday, if you would like to share some more insights on how UNEP is engaging in the upcoming international events on environment, and how do you see the circular economy within those larger discussions?
Thank you, Patrick. Well, first thing is to say that I'm far away from UNEP headquarters, even though I'm a UNEP staff, but my work focus more on the Global Environment Facility. So I will be able to speak more on what the GEF and the staff team is doing in preparation for this event. But I think one important thing from the perspective of UNEP that UNEP has been engaging is the latest Making Peace with Nature report that was produced by UNEP. Basically, it was a synthesis of all the different assessments, the IPCC, the 1.5 report, the Global Chemical Outlook, the Global Biodiversity Outlook. All of these assessment reports, they brought in leading experts, including Bob Watson and others, to synthesize the knowledge that has been gleaned from those assessments and provide information on what we need to do in terms of climate change, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of chemical pollution. And this has been well received by many, and that's one of the main inputs that UNEP will be providing to many of these discussions, as well as, of course, the annual emissions gap reports, which UNEP always produces to give us an assessment of the gap between the commitments that has been made by countries in terms of policies, as well as what is needed to get to 1.5 or 2 degrees under the Paris Agreement. So those are the things that at least I can talk about at the global level for UNEP. But within the GEF, as you know, the GEF provides funds for many of these. So the GEF is the funding mechanism for the chemicals and waste. That's the Stockholm Convention and the Minamata Convention, as well as for the CBD in Montreal, and then the UNCCD. And the GEF at the moment is actually working on a new programming direction. The GEF is always replenished every 4 years. And the process for the for the 8th replenishment just started last week. We've been able to contribute to the first draft of the programming direction. And one important point that, and which is quite exciting for me, especially in our role in providing advice to the GEF as a scientific team that advises the GEF, is how much circular economy is being reflected in the programming direction. I must say this is just a first draft. It's going to be discussed by the member countries and the funding countries among the agencies, and we don't know what will be the final contents will be. But at least in the first draft, there's significant commitments to using circular economy as a tool, as a cross-cutting tool in the implementation of the next GEF programming direction. And in fact, there is a plan for an impact program on plastics and circular economy in that programming direction, as well as other circular initiatives that will lead to climate change mitigation and so on. So those are part of the things, and our own role as staff is to continue to provide advice and engage with the scientific community to bring in the knowledge in the scientific community to help the GEF in planning its work program. And one of the things we always emphasize when we receive projects related to recycling or material use is to emphasize the need, because yes, a lot is being said, a lot is being done in this field, but we still get traditional projects. We still get projects that are just doing the business as usual thing, or just saying, okay, we'll apply life cycle assessment and so on, but we don't really see the core of circular economy in that. And that's why you recall in my presentation, I emphasize the fact that circular economy is not just recycling. It's not recycling 2.0. We need to really look at materials from the design stage to the end of life, as well as the business model that determines how they move within the economy. And those are the things that we are hoping that the GEF will invest more in the nearest future.
Can I make a brief remark?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. First, let me say that Dr. Sunday Leonard, it's nice to see you. I feel very delighted. Each time I see colleagues who Gigiri and UNEP, 4 years it was home for me as acting PAM rep to UNEP and UN Habitat. Work with very many of our colleagues, who are there, Akim Taina and all of us, and contents me. In my earlier discussion, when I intervened, I spoke about myself. Hamed Joglaf used to be the director of DEF unit within UNEP. Myself and Hamed Joglaf coming along way from New York. We were on the second committee in New York, and we work on the environment. So luckily, we found ourselves together again in Nairobi. So naturally, we bonded, and it was in DEF. And it was one who encouraged Nigeria to have this MOU with UNEP, DEF unit. And then we now came home to be able to market it. And in terms of the first thing, a lot of people say, look, this DEF funding, I think, it's a little bit too complicated for us in terms of the processes itself. And because some of them have been at subnational level, who wanted to key into that place, had problems in terms of the Federal Ministry of Environment itself at that national level. I'm sharing these experiences because I remember very well the MOU was on 5 thematic areas: climate change, CBD, land degradation, I think desertification, and one other. Those were the things. And Hamed Joglaf, who was the director, said, look, Ayo, me and you owe ourselves this to be able to make a sense of this. So that if we get there, supporting maybe Anambra State or Imo State in terms of the area of land degradation, we will have said that, no, even they are there in DC, in Washington, this is the impact at this level. So that is one thing I think we need to look at in terms of your reference as far as the business model in context of how GEF can come into this. Because honestly speaking, for a large number of colleagues now, I can't even remember GEF again. Sekou, myself and Sekou used to be the regional director for Africa in Europe. I think Sekou moved on to Jeff. I don't know where he is now. So now that you've mentioned it, please also take into consideration the past experiences in terms of the difficulties and problems and challenges. And now that we are going to this particular area, if we can have a few pilot cases in which we can prove, listen, circular economy. I mean, look at Lagos. In my own estate, there is an outfit now that is doing something in terms of waste to power energy. And then, so I just thought I should share my experiences as far as that issue is concerned in terms of GEF at the Global Environment Facility itself, so that we can be presented as a credible partner as far as the circular economy itself and plastic management itself is concerned. I work closely with Lagos State. I can always, of course, in this particular area, because perhaps you can say Lagos is the one that is facing the blazing end of the AK-47 when it comes to the question of plastic management and the crisis as well. I just thought I should say that. And it's always nice to see you. I sincerely hope when COVID is finally defeated, we'll be back on the ground at the Giri. And thank God you'll be able to do it. We used to have plastic for water in the Giri. I think years ago we figured that out. We now have bottles as part of dealing with those issues of plastic. Once again, thank you very much. I'm sorry for just for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. If I may just quickly respond in terms of pilot projects, as I said, the report I showed in my presentation, we produced that in 2018, and since then the GEF has been implementing projects on circular economy across its international waters and chemicals and waste focal area. And we actually have ongoing project by UNIDO in Ghana on circular economy, and some projects which has been approved on textile in South Africa, in Mauritius, and so on. So examples of projects are happening. The GEF is fully engaged and actually intend to engage more in the discussion on circular economy. As I said, it's a cross-cutting topic that within the GEF next programming direction. I cannot speak so much on the politics or the engagements between countries, but I understand the complications within the process in terms of assessing funds within the GEF and also within the country. So, for example, GEF deals with only 18 agencies. And the agencies deal with the federal government, maybe in the case of Nigeria. So it becomes more difficult if you have small or local or regional level organizations want to implement projects or get involved. But I think this is more about the case of the country itself organizing itself to be able to bring in all the relevant stakeholders. And that's where the topic on stakeholder engagement comes in, is very important, because there are many stakeholders. The GEF has the small grant projects, which is just small money to help civil society to implement projects, but that's not enough to scale up. But if countries can organize themselves to give these stakeholders, the private sector and so on, access to be able to work with the federal government, then it's actually something that will be encouraging that will help to develop projects that will be holistic and that can help really embed circular economy strategy or environmental sustainability strategy into the government itself. And I think 2 points I will make, which I wanted to make even before you made this intervention on the GEF, but based on your former intervention, is that one of the challenges we have, and this is something that we are still struggling with, is the fact that we work in silos. And we have known more and more now that most of the environmental problem we face, or all of the environmental problem we face, requires system thinking. It requires looking at how economy interact with social issues, with environmental issues, It needs talking to different stakeholders, the private sector and so on. And we need the system of governance to actually change from a silo approach to a system approach that integrates the different sectors of the society together. And this is one of the things that we can do to actually change the way we bring in the local level, the civil society, the private sector into how we design projects. We need to engage them more. We need to get them involved from the onset and not just bring them to a meeting and discuss until we have engaged them. No, they need to be involved in the design, in the implementation. One other thing I think relevant for Nigeria and relevant to all countries, especially if we want to transition to circular economy and use circular economy as a leverage point to deliver sustainability, is for us to develop circular economy plan for our countries. I think every country needs to look at the economic sectors and then develop a plan of transitioning to a circular economy with specific targets and implementation strategies for achieving those targets. I think, that's good for plastic, but we need a whole country system design that will look at the impact, the negative effect, the positive effect, and then bring this together as a strategic plan. I believe, even for countries, if you have such plans, it becomes much, much easier to access funding, not just the JEF funding, but other funding opportunities, the green climate funds, the bonds that are available in different places. It helps in actually designing or assessing the necessary funds that can help us for civil society, for individuals, for small scale businesses, and so on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the issue of overcoming the silos is definitely a crucial one for the circular economy. Just as there's a question that came in about by Collins on reverse vending, which is, I'm reading it out. Reverse vending is not so popular in Africa. What can be done to support recyclers to acquire and implement this innovation? I was wondering if Boson, if you might be able to answer to that. If you're still around.
I think he may have left the chat. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's actually that's quite a good question, because it also links to issues around take-back schemes and possibly deposits on plastic packaging or PET bottles, etc. And there's probably also a way of how policy could support these mechanisms, really to create reverse vending. And then again, it links also to our project. Digital technologies, I think, will be key here. And there are, from our network, already a number of companies who are beginning to use these.
Patrick, if I may just add to that, I think for Africa, this is something that can be useful, but basically the barriers that I highlighted are part of the factors that, especially in terms of the society and cultural barriers. You need people to understand this thing. It's easy. If I want to introduce reverse vending in the UK, for example, people already use vending machines to buy stuff. So they understand that this is just a revision or a reversal of my normal supply chain. I normally put money in and I get something out. Now I'm taking something in and then I might get something back, money back from it. But people need to be aware of that. This needs to be brought down to the level, and it might also mean modifying it. You can't just exactly transfer the reverse vending scheme that is happening in China to an African country, because the context is different, the culture is different. So we need to think about the culture, how people think in those areas. And then, of course, we also need to make sure that there's incentive for it. One of the examples of reverse vending in China is the fact that you slot in your bottle and you get a metro ticket. So how does that apply in Africa? What a metro ticket might not be relevant to someone in Africa or someone in Nigeria, but what will attract someone in Nigeria to be able to do that? I think that's example. But beyond that also is that we might not need exactly reverse vending in Africa because of the system. We might need something else. Similar idea. The overall idea is we are taking back the product or the waste material. That's what we need to think of. It might mean employing, using the informal sector to be able to do this, and so on. So I think it's possible, it's doable, but we must think of the context, we must think of the culture to be able to implement.
Yeah, absolutely. Transfer one-to-one from one place to the other is often not possible. Okay, thank you again, all the speakers in our session today. Very, very insightful for me, and hopefully for everyone else. I'm sure we learned a lot of things. Let me hand back to Muyiwa for closing the conference and final remarks from his side.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, so it's been a full day, very packed day and busy day, but also very insightful. Thank you to everyone. So firstly, I want to thank all the speakers and session chairs who have contributed from their wealth of expertise and experience that made the conference quite very enriching. Also to all the participants, you've all asked very pressing questions, you've contributed to the discussion. Yeah, so it's made the conference very rich, and thank you so much. I will also like to thank all those that have been involved with the planning of the conference. We had a very short period, exactly about a month, to plan, get speakers. So everyone has come out due to a very short turnaround, which had to do with the ODA cuts in the UK. So we had to bring events forward, but you've all done absolutely well. So to Sheum, the co-chair of the conference, Dr. Sheum Kolade, Tracy, who has been the conference organizer, thank you very much. Anasime from Co-Creation Hub and her team, who have been helping us design all the banners, do all the tech, including Tolu, who has been helping us today, and Sonia, who is our network manager. So thank you guys for making this a very a successful conference. It's not the end of the conversation. It's just the conference is basically just to add to the conversation. And as I said in my opening remarks, is one of the things we are doing to animate the network. So this is just one of the things we are doing. We hope that from this event that we've had, a lot of collaborations will be formed by you guys that are here. The conversation will go on, and yeah, we can just all in one way or the other contribute to tackling the problem. And so I'm hoping that we'll continue to engage with one another, yeah, through the network and outside the network. So thank you. Yeah, so we will be sending emails to all of you just to summarize some of the things, point you to where we have resources, and we'll also be updating you of all our events. So please take advantage of that to engage and share with your network, and as we continue to engage with stakeholders. So that's virtually everything from me. Thank you. It's been a very good conference. I believe someone has their hands up. Stephen? If the tech guys can. Yeah, I don't know. If anyone has any comments, also you could raise your hand and indicate so we can make you speak. Okay, so probably it's a
I think it's a
mistake here. But yes, as I was saying, this is the end of the conference. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Yeah, so this Stephen, I was just wondering if some of the slide and some of the this session is recorded so that we can maybe have it and go over it again in implementing some of the solutions that is prescribed during the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so the plan is that the conference has been recorded, so we will definitely make shorter videos and we'll put up on YouTube. And we'll send an email to all those that have registered, just highlighting where you can find all the resources. So definitely, the conference will be edited and made publicly available. And then if you are carry on.
Yeah, sorry, just to say that, the full conference actually is on YouTube. It was on YouTube Live. And so by default, it's recorded on YouTube. So those who want to have a look at the unedited version of all the conversation throughout the day can go on that link, because it was on YouTube and therefore by default is already recorded there. So you can have a look at the YouTube link. But again, maybe emails can be sent and we can share those YouTube links again. But apart from any short version, the entire day has been recorded and is on YouTube.
Okay, thank you. So the link to the YouTube link has just been shared. So if you take note of that, you can visit the whole unedited version. But again, as I said, we'll be promoting. Yeah, anyone has any other questions or comments before we end the conference? We're right on time. Okay, nothing. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks to Muiwa and the whole organizing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Muiwa, Sean.
Thank you, everybody. It was nice to see all of you. Please, let's stay in touch.
Thank you, Abadila. Highly appreciated.
Okay, then. Thank you. Muiwa.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you all. Bye.
Sure.
Bye.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll be in touch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Jim. Okay, then.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Enjoy the weekend.
Same for you. Thank you.
And please remember to stay safe as well.
We will. We will. Thanks, Kutoma, for your presentation, and to Anosime and Tracy working in the background, of course.
Thank you very much.
And Tolu as well. Yeah.
Thank you for organizing such a fantastic conference. It was really, really insightful. So, job well done.
And thank you to Muiwa for his excellent leadership of this project. Very well done.
Let's turn trash into cash.
My name is Nzambi Mate. I'm the founder of Jijenge Makers Limited, and we convert plastic waste into building products. Plastic waste is not just a Kenya problem, but it's a worldwide problem. And here in Nairobi, we generate about 500 metric tons of plastic waste every single day, and only a fraction of that is recycled. We decided, what more can we do instead of just sitting in the sidelines and complaining? Essentially, companies have to pay to dispose the waste. So we solve their problem. The waste essentially comes for free. This is the plastic waste we get from factories. With this, we mix with sand, as the plastic is like the binder. We have 3 machines. The extruder does the mixing of plastic waste with sand at very high temperatures, and then the press compresses it. Plastic is fibrous in nature, and so therefore the brick ends up having a stronger compression strength. Does that look like waste to you? It's almost half the weight, so therefore during transportation and installation it's faster in terms of cost implication. We right now have a capacity of producing 1,000 to 1,500 bricks a day. So far we have recycled 20 metric tons, and we are looking to push that value to 50 by the end of next financial year. Winning the Young Champions of the Earth Award is a huge motivation booster for us as a team. It's been a long 3-year journey, and so this was like someone saying, I see what you're doing and I appreciate that. And with this platform, we're looking to see how we can get on both partners to scale this solution, not just in Kenya, but all over Africa, just to start. And in addition to that, be able to impact and motivate other people and other youths to do similar things in different places. So right now we are just making paving blocks, but we now want to make actual building blocks. As I like saying, you have to be true to your why. Why are you doing this? What is the motivation behind it? For me, I was just tired of being in the sidelines of seeing plastic. I ideally jumped in off a cliff without even a parachute. I was building it as I was falling down. But isn't that how great things are done? So act for nature.
Yep, I'm reporting live from the Sakomono Beach in Accra on the 24th day of April, Saturday 2021, where we have the fisher folks coming right from fishing, where their net could not get even one tray of fish, but rather catching huge sums of plastics on their net, which can be seen here today, Saturday, on the 24th day of 2021. It is indeed a pity to see such a challenge that our fisher folks go through, where today they go to sea and they find nothing but plastics. So it is indeed an important call on various governments in our sub-region to take a very, very serious attention to the plastic pollution in the shores of Africa, particularly the Guinea Current region. Thank you very much.